And we are live.
Hello.
Welcome to AntiwarMindset.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Glad to be here with you today.
Yeah, we have to debunk more vegan nonsense, and um, yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be info. It's gonna be information that people need to hear about. People need to see, um, because not many other people are actually systematically refuting veganism, and it has been shown that the vegan threat is very real with this recent news coming from Denmark, which appears to introduce the world first meat tax, right? Have you heard about that?
I have not heard about that. Tell me what you found.
Yeah, I mean, apparently they really want to do this, the government of Denmark. They have proposed it for a long time now, and now they are getting around to it, apparently. Let me share my screen on that, on this latest news.
All right,
Right.
there it is. Denmark to
So,
charge farmers 80 pounds per cow and world first meat tax.
yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to say that, oh, you possibly cannot say that veganism is some kind of thing that governments endorse, like Jeffrey Phillips tried to say, oh, you think government is pushing veganism? Well, what do you say to that? Like, this is very obvious now, isn't it? And I think this is the first starting point.
Yeah, that's a pretty good keystone to the fact that the governments around the world are following the anti-animal agriculture agenda of the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, and I'm gonna look into this more deeply, what is actually behind this, like who in the Danish government pushed for this, um, and whether or not they are connected to the World Economic Forum or not. But I suspect they are. So it says here Denmark will charge farmers up to 80 pounds for every cow in a world first carbon tax on agriculture as the country tries to encourage people to eat less meat to tackle climate change. So we want people to eat less meat. Yeah, it is very clear what is going on here. Also says agriculture is the largest emitting sector in Denmark, a major pork and dairy exporter, and the government hopes this tax will help it reach its goal of cutting emissions by 70% this decade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely talk about emissions today as well, and how flawed the research is on this topic, because they're systematically overestimating the emissions coming from cows, the methane emissions in particular, but they are extremely underestimating the emissions coming from crop agriculture, and I have proof for that as well. And so also says here it will establish a fund which proceeds from the tax to help farmers go green, aka go vegan, right? They probably want to use this money to plant soybeans or whatever,
Right.
and has put 58 million pounds into feed additives to cut methane emissions from cows. Now, the feed additives to cut emissions from cows, I don't know what to think about that, to be honest. What do you say to that?
Well, ruminant animals like cows have always been a part of the natural carbon cycles and methane cycles, and there's for instance, there's fewer ruminant animals on the North American continent right now than there were before the Industrial Revolution, before the European settlement of the North American continent. There were more methane emitting ruminants back then than there are today. And so that is a natural, ruminant methane is a natural methane source and always has been on this planet. It is a dishonest approach to label ruminant methane emissions as man-made emissions. Ruminant methane emissions have always been a natural part of the Earth's methane cycle. And so this idea that that livestock are responsible for any amount of climate change or any other environmental and animal harm is a lie.
Yeah, I mean, the only like the major emitter that is connected maybe to animal agriculture, like with feed grains, like crop agriculture that is tied to animal agriculture.
Right. It's whenever animal agriculture has any association with the destructive factory monocropping that produces the items offered on the vegan menu. That's when the criticism of animal agriculture is legitimate.
Yeah. Yeah, we will see later how much they actually sort of omit the emissions coming from crop agriculture, because it's actually quite huge.
Let me interject here for just a second to let those that are watching know this article that you've got up is a news article about the government of Denmark implementing a meat tax. And that tax is going to be levied on the rancher, not on the meat packer. That's going to be on the farmer. Okay. So the farmers have already had the majority of their profit margin stolen by the packers, and now they're going to start taxing to death the small amount of the profit margin that the poor ranchers have been able to hold on to. And so you asked, or you mentioned that you were wondering if the government of Denmark had any affiliation with the World Economic Forum. And I did pull something up about that I wanted to show you. And yes,
yeah, this doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Here, let me pull this up. So there we go. Here's the World Economic Forum website, and one of their strategic partners is the Denmark government.
Wow.
So yes.
Yeah, I mean, Denmark is really one of the countries that is like most pushing this vegan ideology, and is really pushing us hard. Plant-based, this and that, alternative meat, and now this meat tax. So yeah, I mean, this is very clear where this is coming from. So
Well,
if you see,
Jeffrey Phillips keeps poo-pooing the idea that meat eaters have anything to fear from the World Economic Forum, and that the World Economic Forum is actually in favor of animal agriculture. And this is proof right here that Jeffrey Phillips is full of horse shit.
Yeah, and I mean he should come onto the stream and say that he was wrong, because we have proof, and there's more and more evidence like this. These governments are pushing veganism and fund alternative meat and all of that, and the world's subsidies, agricultural subsidies, are for the crops in the majority, not for animal agriculture in the majority. So everything is going in this plant-based direction. And this latest meat tax that government of Denmark wants to do is just further illustrating how important it is that we talk about this and that we are pushing back against this. And I think that not taking this seriously, like the threat of veganism, not taking the threat of veganism seriously is really irresponsible, especially for a lot of health influences or in the nutrition space that are critical of veganism, but that are just laughing about veganism, right? Because a lot of people I noticed that they're just laughing about veganism and not take it seriously, and are basically in coping mode. But the vegans, as you can see, have a lot of power and influence. I mean, the government of Denmark is going to implement a meat tax, and this is not just going to stay in Denmark. This is going to be the first step towards implementing this in other countries as well. I think Germany also talked about this as well. They're slowly but surely getting their foot into this door, because all of academia and government policies and international organizations are demonizing animal agriculture.
Yeah. What I've just put up on the screen is an article about how the municipal court in Denmark has put veganism, has placed veganism as a protected class of belief, just like any protected religion out there.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, but at least they're admitting that it is a belief. It is
it's
fact-based.
a cult. This is government sanctioned cultism.
Yeah. Wow. I need to research like what other countries are doing this. This is amazing. Like Denmark is really bad when it comes to this, apparently. But
well,
yeah,
they're spearheading. They're one of the countries that are spearheading the vegan movement. The WEF affiliated vegan movement.
yeah, and apparently also Great Britain, because I noticed that a lot of vegan influences are from Great Britain for some reason. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but this seems really like the vegan hotspot or something.
Well, that has to do with the Crown. The Crown is heavily involved with the WEF. And I don't know if you've seen any of the cases where who's the king? What's the king's name over there now?
Kind of forgot, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, that asshole is balls deep involved with the World Economic Forum. So it's really no surprise that that any country under the rule of the Crown is going to be spearheading a lot of these misanthropic and holodomor instigating activities. Because what they want to do is to reduce the population via starvation, and veganism is a very powerful tool to that end.
Speaking of starvation, this is a good segue into the next topic that I want to talk about. And I want to just destroy this point of vegans not caring about insects, because a lot of vegans say they don't care about insects. Insects, when it comes to crop deaths, oh, we don't care about insects. I just want to destroy them on that, okay? Because this
I saw you've got a video about that's really good that I watched earlier today. Do you have that pulled up?
You mean the vegan insect apocalypse video, or which video?
Warning to humanity.
Yeah. We can watch that
video. In fact, I was watching it and I was like, I thought it was mine. And I was watching it and I was like, I don't remember making this. Realized it was you.
Yeah, I think that it is very sad that we even have to point this out, like how important insects are. But they're just treating insects like, oh, they're not animals, they're just objects, or they're irrelevant, or they're not sentient, and we don't care about them.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to give an historical.
Well, you featured so-called reasonable vegan in that video, right? And I think that video is actually a very good example that the reasonable portion of his title is nothing but horse shit. There's nothing reasonable about that guy at all. He's nicer about his unreasonableness, but he's still a shitbag just like all the other vegans out there.
Well, maybe he changed his mind and watched my video. And
yeah, I emailed him. I did email him, and I told him that you wanted to talk to him on my live stream, and he never responded to my email.
Yeah, that's a shame, because I wanted to point out why he should care about insects. And insects are not even the only animal that dies during crop protection and in crop agriculture, but they are certainly the largest group of animals that die during crop protection and crop agriculture. So from a vegan standpoint, they want to protect their egos. They want to protect the vegan position. So of course they want to downplay the number of animals that die in crop agriculture. So they say, you know what, this category of animals, we don't care about it, right? So this is why they say insects don't matter to them. This is pretty much the reason. What I notice is that they want to point to us meat eaters and to everybody else and say, you're responsible, take responsibility, look into the mirror. But when it comes to their own responsibility, oh, we are running away. We are like, they're cowards. They're cowards, okay? But let me just destroy this point about insects once and for all, because we actually have a historical example of why insects matter. We have a historical.
All right, you got some audio issue going on right now.
What did you say?
You had an audio issue there. Your
okay.
audio was not. Your words weren't coming through clearly.
Okay. Are they coming through now?
Now you sound good now.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say that we have an historical example of why insects matter, right? And this vegan idea of, you know what, all these insects and animals that are being driven to extinction by the crop agriculture, that this doesn't matter, or some vegans actually say this is a good thing even, right? Let me just show you why this is absolute horrendous, actually, what the vegans are selling us here. Okay. Let me just share my screen.
Okay.
So, okay.
4 pests.
Yeah, the 4 pests in Mao's China, that was one of the first actions in the Great Leap Forward in China, right? So the communist authorities, they targeted 4 pests. So rats, flies, mosquitoes, and sparrows. I think that everybody knows about the sparrows, like the Smash the Sparrows campaign, but not many people know about rats and flies and mosquitoes that were also targeted during that campaign, right? And it says right here, it resulted in severe ecological imbalance, being one of the causes of the Great Chinese Famine. Okay, Great Chinese Famine, which resulted in the death of millions. I think it was, how many millions? 60 millions that died. Yeah. So
How many?
we can look at, I think it was 60 million that died from the, or, oh yeah, it says right here, the death toll from starvation during this period reached a staggering 20 to 30 million people. And again, this, one of the reasons was this 4 pest campaign, like the systematic eradication of sparrows and flies and mosquitoes and rats, right? This was one of the reasons for it, because of ecological repercussions. The absence of sparrows, which traditionally kept locust populations in check, allowed swarms to ravage fields of grain and rice. The resulting agricultural failures, compounded by misguided policies of the Great Leap Forward, triggered a severe famine. So all these vegans that say, you know, insects don't matter, all these animals being killed in agriculture, in crop agriculture, this doesn't matter, right? Or some vegans say the extinction of these animals is even a good thing, supposedly, because they're not prey anymore in the wild or anything like that. Well, this type of thinking leads to something like this. Like the 4 Pests campaign is exactly this recklessness, right, that we see in the vegan thinking, right?
Right.
So this is just a historical example that shows that we cannot just systematically eradicate a huge number of any given species like that. So yeah, and when we look at China today, for example, there are many cases in which pollinating is done by hand. This is how badly they have treated their insect populations. They're pollinating orchards by hand. So they're not using like natural insect pollination, because the pollinators are declining severely, right? And this has food security repercussions. I mean, look at this. They have to physically by hand do this. And this is more like a band-aid instead of an actual solution. This is a very work-intensive process. And it says right here, what led farmers to hand pollination? habitat loss, and intensive pesticide use, right?
Mhm.
As land devoted to pear and apple cultivation expands year on year, natural land has shrunk considerably, costing pollinators their habitats. So apple and pear cultivation, nothing to do with animal feed, by the way. Pollinators need surrounding wild spaces to nest, breed, and forage when seasonal crops like pears and apples aren't in bloom. In fact, multiple studies have shown that wild bees are generally only able to travel short distances from the nest, sometimes as little as 100 meters, to sustain themselves while out foraging for nectar and pollen. Bees depend on nearby areas of flower-rich land where they can rest and refuel before heading home. Agricultural expansion has displaced and fragmented wild foraging sites vital to pollinators, severely limiting the food available to wild bees within flying range. The effects of this sharp declines in the number of pollinators in these agricultural sites. And then, of course, intensive pesticide use. China is one of the most uh, pesticide intensive countries on the planet. Um, so, yeah, this is just very clear. Yeah, on a national scale, China consumes 1,763,000 tons of pesticides per year, making it the world's largest consumer, with its application rates far outweighing those of many higher income countries. So, this pesticide use and this habitat loss in crop agriculture leads pollinators to extinction, which leads to a situation where farmers have to pollinate by hand, which is extremely inefficient and puts food security into jeopardy. Um, yeah, this is what happens, right? So all these vegans that say, "Oh, insects, they don't matter," they're full of shit. Of course, insects matter, and I mean, look at this. So the FAO says declining bee populations pose threats to global food security and nutrition. So again, more evidence. Um, Food security and nutrition depends on population of insects. So yeah, but insects don't matter, right?
Yeah.
And even the
As a
even
vegan, I don't care about insects, but don't let me catch you eating honey.
yeah, exactly. And even the World Economic Forum admits that 75% of crops depend on pollinators. So a large portion of what the vegans actually eat themselves is provided by them by insects. And yet vegans say they don't care about insects or they're less valuable than a cow or whatever. This is just ridiculous, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Again, here's a table that shows different studies that confirm that pesticides harm insects. So this is a no-brainer. This comes from Beyond Pesticides. So yeah, different kinds of pesticides harm insects, like increasing bee larvae mortality and different other things, right? So this is very clear. Pesticides are very harmful to insects. This is a no-brainer. And also on the question of whether or not they are sentient and can feel pain, there are studies that point in that direction, that they are sentient and can feel pain, right? So this is a paper that looked at 300 studies over 300 studies. And it says right here, in our review, we evaluated all available evidence, including the studies noted above and many others. Given the weak negative evidence and some positive evidence, we concluded that several insect groups may plausibly feel pain. The strongest evidence came from adult flies and cockroaches, which both include well-studied model species. Adult bees, wasps, and ants satisfied 4 criteria out of 8, which this framework describes as substantial evidence for pain. So, yeah, insects matter, vegans. The death of these quadrillions of insects matters, not just ethically, because there's strong indication that they do feel pain, but also from a food security perspective, because, I mean, unless you want to say that human starvation doesn't matter, then yeah, that this would mean conceding that insects matter, right? Because they literally provide the food that you eat, the crops, right? And by the way, given that we talked about insect sentience, let me quickly throw this in about bivalves, because here's a very convincing video that shows that oysters and bivalves are also sentient. So I recommend people checking this video out. For all these vegans that eat oysters, it seems that bivalves are actually sentient. They have they have something like what was it called, ganglions, which is kind of like a nervous system, and they also have a flight response and nociception and things like that. So yeah, this video makes a very convincing case that oysters and bivalves in general are not vegan to consume. So yeah, but yeah, this was on the insect and sentient question, I guess. I think this is case closed now, whether or not we should care about insects. Yes, we should.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because when you run across one of those vegans, like Reasonable Vegan, for instance, he said, don't care about insects. And I don't, but, and I think that it's okay to eat mussels or oysters. But then if you ask him, okay, does that mean that it's okay to eat honey? And then that's when they'll say, oh, no. Honey is stealing from insects, and therefore insects are sentient. No one should be eating honey under any circumstance because insects are sentient. And their mind is in that little box. But then when you say, but I thought you said that you didn't care about insects when it comes to the monocrops that you eat on the vegan diet. And then you can see the cognitive dissonance. You can see that their mind is being squashed and dog shit is coming out their ears, because vegans are not intellectually honest at all. Their intellect is dog shit. Veganism is a lie. And vegans are liars. Vegans are misanthropes. Vegans hate animals. Vegans hate humans. And this is why we see this contradiction, these double standards where, you can't eat honey because insects are so sentient, but it's okay if we poison all the insects so that I can have a little bit of plant matter to eat. Veganism is a corrupt cult. Period. Go ahead.
Yeah. And they say it's based on logic or something. It's not logically consistent as you just described, but I think that a lot of vegans will slowly abandon this honey dilemma because rather than conceding, they would just, you know, twist and turn their back over to keep their vegan position intact. So they would just abandon honey and say, okay, eating honey doesn't matter. I can definitely see vegans doing that increasingly in the future because they don't want to give up veganism. They want to keep it as like, doesn't matter what evidence is thrown at them, basically.
Yeah, I just wanted to play the first few seconds of your video here.
The audio isn't, yeah.
Most of the deaths in crop deaths are insects. I personally don't care about insects at this point. If anybody wants to come on and talk with me about insects, I'd be glad to do so. And maybe I'll have my mind changed. I'll read enough studies. But right now, I don't care about insects.
I actually did try to get him to care about insects based on exactly what you brought to the table today. And he wasn't interested. He was not interested in that at all. The reasonable portion of this vegan is as deep as just the title. He's just as ridiculous and fart-brained as any vegan out there. And the fact that he didn't return my email when I asked him to come on the live stream and talk to you, this guy just makes me sick. All vegans make me sick, to be honest with you. They're all a bunch of misanthropic criminals, is what they are.
The thing is, I actually dedicated a whole video just to reasonable vegan about veganism being harmful towards children, towards the health of children, where I pulled up many studies that indicate that. And he said he looked at like 10 minutes of it, but he apparently never revisit the issue again. So, but yeah, that's pretty much that, I guess. The health of children, well, okay.
Yeah, that's shameful. That's very shameful.
But yeah, insects matter. The Great Leap Forward has pretty much illustrated that insects matter, and all the sources in the world, even the World Economic Forum and the FAO, all tell us that declining insect populations are connected to food security issues, right? Malnutrition and starvation. So if you don't want that, then you should care about insects, and we should be working towards preserving those insect populations. And yeah, and saying that, oh, it's okay that they die in the quadrillions because they could be prey to some frog in the wild or something is ridiculous. And by the way, some vegans under one of my videos said, you know what, those insects, they matter less than cows because insects have a very short lifespan or life expectancy than a cow, which might be true on average, which by the way is not true on every single insect case from what I googled. But let's just go with that, right? Let's just assume that this lifespan thing matters, right? So I did a bit of research on this, and turns out that the average cow lifespan is 20 years. If they're not slaughtered, it's expected that they live 20 years. And the average insect lifespan, I mean, it ranges from like 24 hours to years, but on average, it's less than a year. So we could say like half a year or so, right?
Right.
So if lifespan or life years lost is what matters, then still insects would be important, because there are quadrillions of insects dying due to monocrop agriculture, and there are millions of cows being slaughtered for food, for meat. So millions is like it's mathematically just the case that there are going to be more life years lost due to monocrop agriculture for these insects than for animal agriculture for these cows, right? If you multiply the 300 million cows times their life expectancy, which is 20 years, versus the 4 quadrillion insects times half a year, you still get more life years lost on the insect side versus the cow side. I did those calculations, by the way, so I know that. I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but so this argument also goes out the window, like the life expectancy argument. Like if we look at all the insects in an aggregate, there's still more life years being lost, period.
Right. Because of the quadrillions of insects, you've got to multiply each minute by those quadrillions. And most people have no idea how much more 1 quadrillion is than 1 trillion.
Yeah.
How many trillions are in 1 quadrillion?
I think 1,000.
Yeah. So when you take the short lives, say 6 months of these insects, and you multiply that times quadrillion, then what you're saying is that the amount of life that you're extinguishing when you kill, when you massacre gargantuan amounts of insects, quadrillions of them, that the actual life that you're shortening is so large that it dwarfs anything in livestock agriculture.
Correct. Yeah. And also we could use the same calculation with pain inducement. Like I think I read somewhere that the pesticides that kill insects, it takes at least 24 hours to kill them or something. I'm not 100% sure.
So the amount of suffering involved is even beyond that. You know, the death rate, the life lost for insects, because they're in the quadrillions killed every year, dwarfs livestock deaths. But if you calculate, what you're saying is that if you go the next step, go one step further and calculate not just the deaths, the deaths, but the suffering in time, and you're talking about just the insects, that it may take a substantial amount of time that would have to be calculated. But also, I had videos on rodenticides, and rodenticides are used in crop agriculture. They're usually an anticoagulant, which means that it removes the animal's ability to clot the blood so strongly that the animal literally bleeds to death internally. and usually takes between 7 to 14 days to miserably kill the animal. Now, can you imagine if livestock agriculture, instead of, say, gassing a pig and having the pig dead after, say, 30 seconds, to poison them with anticoagulants and kill them over a 2-week period, causing tremendous agony, pain, and misery? That's the vegan mindset, is more pain, more death. That's veganism.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about animal agriculture versus crop agriculture is this, and people need to understand this, is that livestock farmers have an incentive animals. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What was the audio cut again?
No, I didn't hear any.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Okay, the audio is kind of bad right now, I think, or the internet connection. But what people need to understand about crop agriculture versus animal agriculture is this. Animal farmers have an incentive to care about their animals and to have their deaths for meat to be as slow, not as slow, as quick and painless as possible, right? Because otherwise, let's say they don't have any empathy for these animals, theoretically, let's just say that, they would still have to make the deaths quick and relatively painless, because it would be inefficient to have these animals slowly tortured to death or something, right? It would be inefficient because first of all, this takes time, right? And this could also like result in situations where the farmer is where equipment is damaged, or where the animals attack the farmers, or whatever it is, right? So if the farmer takes that time to kill these animals as slowly and as painfully and torturous as possible, it would be stupid from a business perspective. Like if you have two animal farmers, or even industrial animal meat operations, one of those two tortures animals to death versus the other animal farming operations kills the animals as quick as possible, right? Which one is going to stay in business? It's going to be the one that kills these animals as quick and as painless as possible, obviously.
Right.
But in crop agriculture, on the other hand, there is no incentive for these crop protectors and those pesticides and those crop protection gunmen and those explosives to be humane to those animals. There's no incentive for that. We see this in videos. They just explode these animals. A lot of the pesticides are just like sprayed very indiscriminately and killing even non-target animals. I think even most animals are non-target animals, actually, that die during that process, or many of them, at least. And then we see crop protection gunmen and farmers mowing down animals with miniguns, literally miniguns, right? Like they're letting these animals slowly bleed out in the field, right?
Yep.
Where they just screamingly walk away, or try to walk away from the gunshots, right? So this is way less humane than an animal farmer taking a bolt gun and have the death be done in 1 second or so, right?
Right.
Or yeah, exactly. So which is more humanely. I mean, in crop agriculture, the animals are killed without any incentive that these animals are like they're treated as pests, right? They're treated as they don't matter, right?
Yeah, they slap the pest label on these sentient animals and then kill them in the most agonizing and slow and torturous ways possible. And the amount of death and suffering that's caused by the destructive monocropping that produces the items offered on the vegan menu has become not only exponentially higher than animal agriculture, but is threatening to throw a wrench into the entire food web and cause a global famine. Veganism, like I keep saying, is being used as a weapon to introduce famine into the world.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen what can happen with the Great Leap Forward. This is a prime example. Like the vegan argument about, oh yeah, we want to make nature disappear, right? We want wild animals to go extinct because they're suffering in the wild or something. Okay, look at what happened in the Great Leap Forward during the For Pest campaign. This is what it leads to, right? And let also talk about philosophical and moral bankruptcy, because we don't know whether or not these animals are happy or more happy in the wild, right? I mean, it could be the case that the animals in the wild are more happy than they are suffering in the wild. Could be the case.
No,
Like, who
I'm
knows?
absolutely sure about that, because people that think that's a question are people that usually live in the city. If you live out in the country and you observe wildlife, then what you see 99% of the time is pure joy coming from these animals.
Yeah, but let's just grant the vegan position for a minute, and let's just say, there's a lot of suffering in the wild, like wild animal predation, which is true. But here's the thing. We still cannot, based on that, justify killing of these animals en masse or making them go extinct, because it could be the case that they experience more happiness than they experience suffering. We don't know that. We have no way to know that, and we have no way to quantify that. So given that this is the case, we should have this default position of leaving these animals alone as much as possible. This would be the default position. It's the least harm position, or it's like I think there's like this principle that doctors have, first do no harm or something, right? So we cannot like preemptively kill off these animals on the chance that they might suffer more than they are happy in the wild. We cannot make that judgment call, right? So this idea that, oh yeah, making these animals go extinct is somehow moral, which one of the vegans argued here on this live stream. You probably know who it is. So yeah, this is just ridiculous. I mean, maybe you would wipe out all that happiness in the process, right? You would wipe. I mean, it could be the case that these animals are experiencing freedom and joy and happiness and you would just come in there and just disrupt that. You know, that's not, in my book, that's not ethical.
And no book is ethical. They cannot claim to have the ability to measure suffering. They don't have the ability to measure pleasure.
Right. Yeah, it's arbitrary. A lot of vegan positions and the vegan position itself are arbitrary, very arbitrary. And on top of that, I mean, if you think about it, like, what does this lead to in terms of like humans? Because humans also suffer, right? So this could logically lead to genocidal positions, unfortunately, which apparently vegans have not really thought about that. I hope, at least. So Snivel says, "Do you want me to refute your insect claim?" Like, what insect claim?
Wait, what?
Snivel said that he wants to refute the insect claim. Because I mean, what insect claim though?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that Snivels that's saying that he's going to?
Yeah, come on, refute it. The claim that quadrillions of insects amount more suffering and death than killing cows. Yeah, okay, try to refute that. I'm ready for it.
Okay, let me ask Snivels a question. Cattle, for instance, are killed during the slaughter process, usually by what's called a bolt gun, and the amount of suffering there would probably be, let's be generous and give them 1/100th of a second. Does that sound reasonable? Anti-war mindset.
Yeah, probably. By the way, he says, "Stop talking, please." Well,
Yeah, stop! Please stop now and listen, or I'm leaving.
yeah, just get to the point, Snivels. This live stream isn't about you, right? We have other topics to talk about. We have a whole schedule.
Snivels, if you want to come on the stream, you're welcome to. We'd be glad to talk to you.
Yeah, but not for long, because I don't want this to devolve into a like hour-long back and forth. And like, seriously, this was unproductive the last time. So
Yeah.
like, not hours, please. Right.
Is there a problem with? I mean, there's more than one. Not more than one, but Thor said that he wasn't able to use the link that I was providing. Is that a problem for Snivels as well? Because he's not in here. Is there something going on that I'm not aware of? No,
I don't know. I don't know. I got on StreamYard pretty easily, but I don't know. Snivel says insects aren't sentient.
Oh,
Well, back up that claim.
well, on the other hand, Snivels, let me ask you this. Can vegans eat honey? Please answer the question now, Snivels. Are vegans allowed to eat honey? And if not, why not? And Snivels, we're giving you an opportunity to come on the live stream with us if you want to actually be considered, a serious contender for the truth here. Come online with us.
Yeah, but let's remember that it could be a troll, so let's be careful, right? Because of things that happened in the past concerning trolls.
Yeah.
When a cow is slaughtered, billions of simple life forms like lice and fleas, ticks, and mice blah, 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 are killed in the process. Yeah, okay, but is this going to outweigh the quadrillions of insects that are killed with crop protection pesticides?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Like he said, when a cow is slaughtered, billions of simple life forms like lice and fleas are killed in the process. Yeah, okay. Can you quantify how much that is? He just says your argument is finished. Okay, based on what? Based on what? I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding your argument, but you're saying that when cows are killed in the billions, then there are also like lice and flies that are maybe sitting on a cow or something are also killed or something in the process. Yeah, okay, sure, but is this going to be more than quadrillions of insects that are killed by the pesticides? Or yeah, I mean, okay, nematodes, trematodes. Yeah, you have to be more precise, Snivels. You have to spill out the argument more clearly, because Garland, do you understand his argument? Because apparently I'm not following here.
Yeah, it seems like he's just trolling or something. I mean, nothing that he's saying is making any sense to me at all. So
yeah,
he's saying, he's asking you, are you not smart enough to follow? And he's not actually offering up anything to follow.
yeah. I mean, what are nematodes?
Yeah, nematodes are one of the organisms that are prevalent in soil life.
Mm-hmm.
Soil life is destroyed in the production of the vegan menu.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows that that the monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu is destructive to soil life. And so he's made a list of all the different types of soil life, like nematodes, and he's put a blanket over them and said, these lives don't matter. However, without life in the soil, then you're reliant upon petroleum and coal sourced nutrient and soil amendments, which is a dead end street because those are finite resources for a population that's using them at the rate that we're using them. So obviously veganism is much more destructive, much more deadly, causes much more suffering. And by a vegan just bringing to the table saying, well, nematodes is really just another intellectually dishonest and evil way of trying to distract from the core issue, which is that veganism is fraudulent veganism relies upon industrial monocropping, which kills quadrillions more animals than all of animal agriculture. So what you basically got when you've got a vegan who's taken the nematode line is you've got someone who is hates human beings, is looking to distract and lie in order to justify the death and suffering that their lifestyle causes. And this is why we can't get vegans to come on to talk to you and I, because most vegans, when they consider being confronted about their misanthropic, evil cult, then they're going to try to change the subject, and they think that by saying the word nematodes somehow does that, but it doesn't. It doesn't at all. It just really sheds a light on the fact that veganism is corrupt, fraudulent, deadly, destructive, and an overall abhorrent element of the world that we live in today.
He said, for each cow that is slaughtered, you are slaughtering trillions of organisms and simple life forms that are similar to insects. So basically he's saying that we slaughter these cows and then a bunch of insects that are sort of attached to the cow are slaughtered as well or something? Like, is that the argument?
Yeah, I think what he's saying is that there's some bacteria and other microorganisms that are living on the cow. So when you kill the cow, you're also killing all of these microorganisms. However, all of those organisms are being killed in crop agriculture, much higher numbers than are killed in livestock agriculture, because crop agriculture depends upon spraying the natural world, including the soil, with these toxic pesticides, these toxic plant agriculture pesticides. And so if you're going to try to count the nematodes, et cetera, on a cow and compare that to the nematodes, et cetera, in the soil, then that agriculture that requires harmful soil chemicals, agrochemicals, is causing gargantuan amounts of suffering compared to all of animal agriculture.
Yeah, I mean, this is just another ridiculous pseudo counter argument to the crop deaths issue. I mean, if you look at what actually drives insect populations into extinction, and there are studies done on this, the two things that come up are habitat loss due to monocropping and pesticide use. Those are the two main drivers of insect declines around the world. I didn't read anything about cows sort of being slaughtered and the insects died and that are attached to the cow, and then that leads to massive insect extinctions or something. Like, this is just ridiculous. I mean, if this was one of the major causes of deaths of insects, we would read that somewhere. There's not one paper that talks about this. I mean, how many insects are on a cow? Maybe a couple of hundred, maybe, or maybe, I don't know, 1,000 or so. It's not going to be a huge amount of insects on one cow. It's not going to be 1 million insects on one cow. Like, the cow would be covered in insects if that was the case. I mean, this is ridiculous, obviously.
Welcome home. Yeah.
So Snivels, your argument is ridiculous. You know, and if you want to count in microorganisms like bacteria, I mean, this is, first of all, insects are, I mean, I can say that with some confidence that insects are going to be more sentient, at least when it comes to bees, they're going to be more sentient than bacteria. I'm pretty sure of that. But this is a two-way street if you want to make that argument, because there are also many bacteria on fruits and vegetables, right? And they're going to be sprayed with pesticides and also antibiotics, which I'm going to get into later. So that also kills those quadrillions or whatever amount of microorganisms. I mean, look how ridiculous it is. They want to artificially inflate the numbers, you know? Desperation is what it is called, you know? Desperation, Snivels. You know, keep coping, man. Keep coping. So, Snivels, we never said one cow argument. We never said that. We can say if we eat one cow in a year, one grass-fed cow in a year, there's not just going to be one cow, but maybe some insects that the cow stepped on during the grazing process or whatever, and maybe some insects that are attached to a cow. But how much is this going to be? It's not going to be a huge amount, right? It's not going to be just quadrillions. It's not going to be the major driver of insect declines. Like, what are you talking about, Snivels? Seriously.
Well, consider
you are one of the dumbest people I've ever seen, Snivels. Honestly.
mow one cow. Yeah. How many nematodes do you think are killed per acre or per hectare with monocropping? You know, monocropping deals with the soil, and so the soil has all of these microorganisms throughout the soil. It's a three-dimensional substance. Whereas what this vegan is claiming is that the microorganisms that are living on the external surface of the cow, well, the external surface of the cow is nothing compared to the three-dimensional surface area of soil. So if you take the mass of a cow and you translate that to soil, then you're going to have a mass of soil that contains a number of nematodes that is so numerous that compared to the nematodes on the skin of the cow, we're talking about multiple quadrillions more microorganisms in the soil than would be in the equivalent mass of a cow. Does that make sense?
Oh, I think that has gone over his head. And he's just claiming, he's just randomly claiming one cow death, trillions of deaths. Yeah, the source is probably going to be, trust me, bro, because this is just ridiculous. But yeah, this is, again, man, this is not something that I can take seriously as an argument, to be honest. I mean, unless you have some special source on that that claims or that shows that one cow death equals trillions of deaths or quadrillions, whatever. this guy is a troll. I'm not taking him seriously, or he's having the Dunning-Kruger syndrome or something. But yeah, so let's talk about the feed crops, right? Because you mentioned cows are grown for livestock as well. Yeah, okay, let's talk about that, right? This is an amazing topic, which we have already refuted so many times, but let's go over this. So let me share my screen yet again. So first things first, the pesticide footprints embedded in world's consumption of different foods, right? You can see that on screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So we got in the dark green color animal-based food. And the pesticide footprints from that globally is 11%. We got the plant-based food here in the lighter green color, and it's 59%. So plant-based foods has 5 times, roughly speaking, 5 times the pesticide footprint than animal-based food. And by the way, this 11% includes feed crops, so such as
Right. That's
grains and
important. That's what I was about to ask you about. And I want to repeat that includes feed crops, vegan. That includes feed crops. So
yeah.
when you come back and say, well, most crops are grown for animals, number one, that's a huge lie. And number two, the feed crops are already factored into this, and the plant foods are causing, what did you say, 5 times more?
Yeah, 5 times the pesticide footprints than animal-based foods, according to this study here. The only feed that this 11% is not including is basically grass. Yeah, but I will show with my next source that this is pretty much irrelevant. So here you can see the pesticide use on different crops, 16 different crops. And here you got grassland, raygrass, cereal legume mixture, alfalfa, and soybeans. Okay. As you can see, they got very low pesticide use compared to the human food crops, such as potatoes, for example. Okay. So no, the crops associated with animal feed, they don't use a lot of pesticides. It is the crops that humans eat that use gargantuan amount of pesticides. Okay, so that's number one. Okay, so on animal feed, right? They are not very pesticide intensive, whether you talk about the grains or whether you talk about hay or grassland or whatever. Animal feed in general is not very pesticide intensive. It's that simple.
Yeah. Let me interject real quick and just kind of give those people who are just tuning in an idea of what we're looking at here. These are the pesticides. This graph shows basically the pesticide footprint of each one of these crops. And you see the potato there at the end and the amount of pesticides there. The amount of pesticides are directly related to the amount of animal suffering and death. And we know that the animal suffering and death in crop agriculture every year is in the multiple quadrillions. And in every quadrillion, there's 1,000 trillions. And so what this means is that when a vegan claims that most of the deaths associated with destructive and deadly monocropping, when they say that is because of livestock, just this one graph here shows that just with the one crop potatoes, that the amount of animal suffering and death there is even so much more than even soybeans, that this one graph right here completely destroys veganism. Completely.
Yeah, exactly. And we're also going to get into the fact that vegans seem to eat more plant foods than meat eaters. But let's also get into this graph here real quick about, because they say that most crops are for the animals. That is nonsense. As you can see here, harvested hectare of land worldwide. Most is for food, as it says here, food, right? The green is food.
Well,
The blue,
let's look at the food is up there at 300, and the feed is down there at 100. So there's 3 times more harvested crops for human food than there are harvested crops for animals.
right. Yeah, that uses harvested hectare of land, basically, right? So we got 300 million hectares of land dedicated to human food, and you got 100 to 150 towards animal feed, pretty
Right.
much. And the thing
And
is,
that other graph over there on the right, check that out. Yield in kcals per hectare, and you see that the food line is near the bottom, and the feed line is several tiers higher than the food line. And so the actual kcals that are provided by crop agriculture is less. And that's largely because a gram of fat will deliver almost 3 times more ATP than any plant food will. ATP being the actual energy measure within the cells of our bodies.
right. But in terms of like environmental footprint and land use, it's important to point out the harvested hectare of land. Right. But some vegans under my comment section, they try to debunk this graph here, right? And they say that, oh, this doesn't include all the data, or this is like incomplete data, right? Here's the irony about that. Yeah, they're actually correct. This doesn't include all the data, but if it included all the data, it would be even worse for the vegans, right? Because it actually includes the major feed crops, right? So here are the crops that this graph that you've just seen includes. So it includes barley and products, cassava and products, maize and products, palm oil plus palm kernel oil, rape and mustard seed, rice and products, sorghum and products, soybeans, sugar cane, and wheat and products. So it contains the major animal feed crops: barley, maize, sorghum, and soybeans. Those are the major animal feed crops, right? So it is complete pretty much when it comes to animal feed. But when it comes to human consumption crops, it's not complete at all, right? It underestimates actually the food crops because it doesn't contain fruits and vegetables, for example, right? So
Right. It only contains, it only includes the grains and legumes, and the fruits, for instance, are not included. So this is actually not honest. The food portion of this graph would probably be up there around 400 or 450.
right. So this graph, which is already biased in favor of veganism, still destroys this argument that most crops are grown for animals, right? Even this biased graph,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
So
Veganism is death. Veganism is nothing but death.
and we can also look at the crop for the United States in particular. So usage of corn in the United States, because some vegans say that, oh, maybe from a worldwide standpoint, it's mostly for human food, but in the United States, it's different or something. So here is a graph that shows the corn usage in the United States, right? So you got 11% for food and industrial usage. You got 37% for feed, animal feed, and you got
Mhm.
40% for ethanol and 12% for exports.
Right.
Right.
And so, let's go through these real quick. Seed consumed by humans or animals? Humans, because those are industries. Those industries are not run by livestock; they're run by humans. So the seed portion of that would have to be a human need. And then the exports, yeah, well, some of them might be feed, but we don't have a way to distinguish that here. Ethanol, that is a human product that is consumed by humans. And then food and industrial, of course, those are both consumed by humans. So the only one here that's consumed by animals is feed, which is the 37%. So that means that 63% of the total corn cultivation goes to human consumption and not livestock.
Right. So that's pretty much that on the United States. And the thing is, vegans say, oh, but look at the food thing, right? It's just 11 versus the feed, it's 37 or something. They want to sort of make us forget about the ethanol, right?
Yeah. And not only do they want to make us forget about it, but entities like the World Economic Forum, when they reference the ethanol or biofuels crops, they literally categorize that with livestock feed. Can you believe that? That's like all those thousands of studies that pair red meat with processed meat. It's an intentional tainting of red meat by pairing it with a processed meat that's been spiked with cancer-causing chemicals like nitrates and nitrites.
Yeah, I mean, they do the same tactic with our world and data, which shows that 33% of crop land is for animal feed, but they factor in the byproduct section also, that actually is from the crops that are first and foremost grown for human consumption. So like ethanol, right? The distiller's grain, they factor in the distiller's grain within these 30 and 43%, right? But it actually directly grown, and we discussed this in the last stream, directly grown worldwide is just 20% for animal feed worldwide, cultivated cropland. And what's that for the United States? How would that change in a vegan world, right? So this references here the 10 diet scenario study. Thought I might simplify that in plain English for the vegans that don't like graphs. in the vegan scenario, as for the vegetarian scenario, land available for crop cultivation was used maximally for food production, but unlike in the vegetarian scenario, other land available for pasture or animal feed production remained unutilized for food production. This means that the overall amount of food that could be produced in the vegan scenario was lower than in the vegetarian scenario.
Right.
This highlights the role that livestock can play in adding to the total food supply, and thereby food security, when not in competition for land able to produce human edible food. Otherwise, if these available calories are not utilized to feed the same total amount of people, relatively more cropland would be required for a vegan diet. Right. So more cropland would be required to meet the carrying capacity of a vegan United States. Because of that, this is what the 10 diet scenario study shows, and a similar studies also here from the Netherlands, saving land to feed a growing population, consequence for consumption of crop and livestock products. And this only looks at protein and calories, actually.
Right. It only looks at protein and calories. It does not look at essential nutrients like vitamin B12, conditionally essential nutrients like creatine monohydrate. This is huge right here. A vegan diet, obviously, if you look at all the evidence, and a vegan diet, if there was to be a global vegan mandate, then what you would have is a global Holodomor, a global engineered famine. And this is what veganism is about. Every World Economic Forum participant, it doesn't matter whether it's the Communist Bank of China or the government of Denmark. On the one hand, they're complaining that the world population is too high for their liking. And on the other hand, they're telling us that the answer to all of our ills is a plant-based diet. The plant-based diet is being offered so that their population control goals can be pursued. Veganism is genocide. Veganism is the first step towards the coming genocide. And if anyone wants to complain that I'm telling the truth about this coming genocide, you can kiss my ass. I don't give a shit. I'm sick and tired of people from the vegan community and other communities that will not acknowledge this fact. The World Economic Forum is an organization that it has been put together for one purpose, and that is to implement a genocide. Veganism is a tool for the eugenicists. And anyone that does not recognize that is either ignorant or malicious. Those are the two options. And vegans who are pushing veganism many times work for the World Economic Forum. I believe that Earthling Ed is on their payroll. I know that he's on the payroll of AgBiome, who also funds pesticides that are killing so many animals that they're driving species into extinction. And that's AgBiome. I would love for AgBiome to tell their attorneys to sue me for defaming them because I will bury that company. Bring it on, you vegan trash. Okay, go ahead.
I accidentally clicked on some button that had this study not on the screen anymore. So is it on the screen anymore?
No, let me put it up.
So is it? Yeah, it's on the screen, right?
Yep.
So yeah, like I said before, this study looks only at protein and calories to feed the Netherland population, a growing Netherland population. And it says right here, as percentage of animal protein or protein from animals increased, land use initially decreased up to 12% of animal protein, and then subsequently increased. Diets with about 12% of animal protein therefore systematically had the lowest land use. Furthermore, as population size increased, the possible range of percentage of animal protein in the diet became more narrow. This implies that larger populations could not be supported by a vegan diet or a diet containing a high percentage of animal protein. But again, this does not factor in the nutritional aspect. So they're underestimating probably how much animal source foods or animal protein is valuable to the human body and needed. But just this alone, I mean, look at this. You got at almost 11% area, and 11% mark of animal protein in the diet. Any given population number here, so 15 million or 25 million, right, of the Netherlands population, and it is the lowest land use in each of these population scenarios. But a vegan situation with no animal protein has a higher land use. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I also did a recent video where a study included a lot of nutrients and also showed similar results. So yeah. So not only
the short dotted line at the top around the 1500, that indicates a vegan scenario.
No, these different lines are different population situations, basically. So
Okay.
so this is like what is it? 15 million. So that not Denmark, Netherlands, with a population of 15 million people, and how much the land use would increase with percentage of animal protein in the diet, right? So if it's 0, so for example, if it's 0 here with a population of 15 million, then it would be a higher land use than with 12% of animal protein in the diet, because not every area of land can be utilized for crop agriculture.
What does the PA mean? Plant agriculture?
No, protein from animal sources, pretty much, or animal protein, you can call it that. So this is the x-axis is the percentage of animal protein in the diet. And as you can see, the land use is lower with 11 or 12% of animal protein versus with 0 animal protein in the diet. So
Yeah.
it's like, for example, with the highest population or with one of the highest populations, it's around 1,300, versus with the vegan situation, it's over 1,500. So that's pretty much that. On the land use question, we have to factor in whether or not it can feed entire population, right? And we have to differentiate between cropland and pasture, because we can grant that overall a vegan situation would be a decrease in overall land use, because there would be the pastures make up the majority of agricultural land or the marginal land, right? And that wouldn't be used in a vegan scenario. But when it comes to the croplands, that would increase, as this study indicates, and also the 10 diet scenario study here, or like the study is referenced here at least, and some other studies that we showed this in another live stream. There are at least 5 to 6 studies that clearly indicates this. And what is interesting about these studies is that they either look at the carrying capacity situation, so to feed an entire human population, or they take into account nutrition to some extent at least. Not to the extent that I would like, but to some extent at least. And each of these studies shows that in a vegan situation, there would be a need to grow more crops. And this would lead to a net increase in crop agriculture in a vegan scenario, even if you get rid of the demand for animal feed crops. And that's pretty much that.
Right. So as animal protein increases, the land required to fulfill the needs of the population goes down.
Right. Because livestock also utilizes a lot of stuff that we cannot eat, pretty much. A lot of waste and byproducts, which makes it efficient.
Right. But you know, until the Industrial Revolution, animal agriculture and plant agriculture were not two separate things.
Mm-hmm.
They were one thing. Because when you marry, or in this case, in the situation we're in right now, we would be remarrying animal agriculture and plant agriculture. When you do that, you mimic nature. And all of a sudden, you don't need all of the pesticides. You don't need all of the petroleum-derived fertilizers. You don't need any of the strip mined fertilizers. You don't need all of the tillage. There's no petroleum reliance at all. And it's not just nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus that's provided to the plants, but the whole spectrum of nutrients that are required to produce plants that are nutritious for human consumption. And I'll go ahead and say, yes, plants have anti-nutrients. It's harder to get nutrients from plants than it is from animals. But humans have been cooking plant foods and fermenting plant foods for over 1 million years. So it's part of who we are, just like hunting is part of what humans are. For instance, vegans will say, well, humans are not supposed to be eating animals because they don't have big fangs and we don't have killer claws. But we do have the brain to create those items from our environment.
Yeah.
And the same is true for the plant foods that humans naturally eat. And that includes seasonal fruits and seasonal nuts and roots and tubers. And as far back as you can go in human history, we have also been consuming those items, but they have been either cooked and or fermented in order to reduce the natural toxins and natural anti-nutrients so that they would be a net positive for human consumption versus a net negative. This is a fact because this channel is no longer catering to the carnivore diet. We're going to tell the truth, and that is there is supposed to be a certain amount of sugar and starch in the human diet, less than 50%, closer to 25%. So don't paint me as someone who's recommending the standard American diet that's 70% sugar and starch. That's not me. So any keto carnivore that tries to debunk me based on that becomes as big a liar as any vegan. We need, as humans, a small amount of sugar and starch in our diet. That's optimal. That's science. And to say otherwise is dogma, and I could prove it.
I mean, what I find interesting is that carnivores are actually conceding that humans have been eating some roots and tubers, right? So they say that you count as a hypercarnivore when you eat 70%. Yeah, 70% of your food is coming from animals or from meat. Then that's carnivore. So, but this is just
no, you're right. You're right. But the really the carnivore influencers that have the most influence are not following that fact. 70%, a carnivore is an animal that eats 70% or more animal foods. But that is not the status quo when it comes to the carnivore community as we know it. The carnivore community as we know it is being led by a bunch of WEF affiliated influencers who are telling people that a carnivore diet equals 0 carbohydrate consumption, 0 plant consumption. And there's at least one of those misanthropic carnivore influencers that's selling their carnivore subscribers a vegan nutritional supplement called algae. They're selling dangerous pond scum to people in the carnivore community. Totally shameful, totally criminal. That guy ought to be locked up. Why? Because for 2 reasons. One is the source of that algae is polluted. Look it up. There's no lake in the world that's more polluted than the lake that they're getting that algae from. Number 2 is that, yes, it can stimulate the unchecked release of stem cells in the bloodstream. Look this up. Unchecked release of stem cells in the bloodstream is a huge cancer risk. There are entities within the carnivore community that are trying to hurt you. That's a fact. Just because it says carnivore on it doesn't mean it's been vetted as good. Just like if you slap a vegan label on a food, it doesn't mean that no animals were harmed or killed in the production of it. It's a label. Just like carnivore is just a label. It's just a label. You've got to get behind the label to figure out whether it's the truth or not. Most prevalent carnivore influencers are full of shit. And I can prove it. And any of them that want to come on and debate me on this, I'm a former nationally certified strength and conditioning specialist. I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology. I was a coach. I was a teacher. I was a athletic trainer and a sports nutritionist. So there's not a keto doctor out there that can bring to the table the same relevant credentials as I've got. None of them can even come close. I was an All-American athlete, an All-American collegiate athlete, and I used this knowledge in order to achieve that. There's no carnivore influencer out there that can even approach me when it comes to human metabolism knowledge. And I've had some of my hardcore keto carnivore subscribers attacking me this week because I was showing that fat metabolism requires gargantuan amounts of oxygen than glucose. And in order for them to feel like they were right, they misrepresent me and they say, well, you're suggesting that we eat 90% sugar. No, I'm not. I'm recommending that you eat an amount of sugar that's appropriate for your muscle mass and activity level. I realized this week that that the carnivore community is just as dogmatic as the vegan community, based on the attacks that I've received from those in the carnivore community this week for telling the truth. All I did was tell the truth, and I got attacked for it. So if you're a keto carnivore, and you don't want to know the truth, then unsubscribe. I don't need you here. Go suck on Sean Baker for a while.
I mean, you had one of your Reddit posts removed on keto Reddit, right? Yeah.
I tried to that was a poll because I had the answer. I wanted to see what people thought, and there was a bunch of people that are in the keto carnivores that were acting just like vegans. They said that metabolizing fat requires 0 more carbohydrates than glucose, and that's not true. And again, it's a straw man to paint me as someone who's pushing gargantuan amounts of sugar and starch or plant foods onto people. I don't think that the majority, less than half, should be any kind of plant. Probably ideal is somewhere between 60 and 70, depending on the muscle mass and the activity, the daily activity level of the individual, and the intensity of the activity. Because as the intensity of any physical human activity goes up, then the glucose demand for that goes up. And there is no way to fat adapt so that you're using fat to fuel something like a 100-meter dash. A 100-meter dash is an athletic event that requires full out 100% effort, gritting your teeth effort. That kind of effort burns glucose. No amount of fat adaptation can allow you to burn fat while you're running a 100-meter sprint as fast as you humanly can with your full 100% effort. That's all going to be glucose. And if you don't have any glycogen reserves and you try to run a 100-meter dash, then you're going to hit a wall before you finish the 100 meters. Because that level of intensity cannot be fueled with fat. And the reason it cannot be fueled with fat is because of the oxygen requirements of fat metabolism are much more higher than that of glucose. So, yes, we're carnivores, but are we facultative carnivores, or are we obligate carnivores? An obligate carnivore is an animal that eats near 100% animal. A facultative carnivore is a carnivore that eats 70% animal product, but the other 30% comes from plants.
Yeah, and this seems to actually be been conceded by carnivore influencers. So, I mean, if the argument from carnivores is that we should eat what our ancestors have eaten, then, and we are adapted to that, then why should we throw out the starch? Because we have eaten some amount of starch, even if it was just a little. So based on the...
Yeah. Well, if you look at obligate carnivores, like cats, and we talked about cats earlier, cats have unregulated amino acid based glucogenesis. It's not regulated at all. It happens so rapidly. When they eat protein, when a cat eats protein, it almost immediately turns to sugar. When humans eat protein, it turns to sugar very slowly. Because we don't require, our fuel is not protein. Our fuel is starch and sugar. This is why cats, for instance, they not only do they have unchecked, unregulated amino acid based gluconeogenesis, but they also have very limited ability to digest starch. The amount of amylase, which is the enzyme that digests starch into sugar, in an obligate carnivore like a cat, is this. They can digest starch, but very, very little. They can, but very little. Humans are one of the best starch digesters in the animal world. We're right up there with the best. It's not like the appendix. Amylase is a huge element of human biology. The digestion of starch in human beings is robust. Starch and sugar are part of the human diet. It's just that in today's industrial world, where we have all this toxic monocropping that's producing excessive amounts of sugar and starch, now we're consuming excessive amounts of sugar and starch. So the standard American diet is way too high in sugar and starch. Does that mean that sugar and starch should be zero in the human diet? No, there's nothing that hints at that. Nothing at all.
Yeah, very interesting. I think that this is important nuance to keep in mind, because some people want to go from one extreme to the other. They go from vegan to carnivore and back and forth. And I think that we should be careful with these types of extremes. But yeah, my own sort of critique towards the carnivore community more broadly, what I've seen, and this is not towards every single carnivore or whatever. I actually do enjoy some of the carnivore content to some extent. But my issue with a lot of carnivore influencers, whether they're big carnivore influencers or smaller, more medium-sized carnivore influencers, is that they don't really focus on things like crop deaths or the environmental issues
No,
surrounding.
no. It's even worse than that, because I've been focusing on this subject for a long time, and every large carnivore influencer that I have worked with over the years has discouraged me from revealing the crop deaths issue.
Wow. Yeah,
And
I mean,
you can go through my my history and see. I won't name names right now, but there's a bunch of carnivore influencers who are angry at me for exposing the crop deaths issue. And if you look at those carnivore influencers and you see where they're recommending that people source their carnivore diet from, it's from the supermarkets. They discourage people from sourcing their meat from local farmers. And before COVID, they were claiming that local farmers were selling their meat for more amount of money, that it was more expensive to buy local meat than it was to go to the supermarket. And since then, the price of your supermarket meat has tripled. And now the supermarket meat is higher than your local meat, your local producers. And the carnivores are still saying that the local producers is more expensive than the very expensive meat at the supermarket. Now, what's wrong with the meat at the supermarket? Number one, it's grain fed, so it's got hidden seed oils in the tissues. That's why the omega-6s are so damn high. The inflammatory plant-based omega-6s are very high in grain-fed beef. And I can't remember what the second thing I was going to say. I get too pissed off sometimes when I think about these things that are going on.
yeah, the second thing I think was that these meats are sold by the large meat packers like JBS and Cargill, and they are affiliated with the same forces that push veganism. So, or that want to have this like protein transition, which I call protein transition, which is basically from animal-based to plant-based protein, or lab-grown meat and insect-based meat and all this other nonsense. So you're basically, if you're buying grain-fed beef or whatever, then you're supporting indirectly also the same entities that support veganism, or you're basically funding veganism indirectly.
Yeah, the meats that you buy at supermarket go towards veganism.
Yeah, that's in a nutshell pretty much, because the largest meat packers in the mainstream meat industry, they want to go plant-based pretty much because it's more profitable. It's that simple.
Right. The profit margins for animal products are set at around 8%, whereas the profit margins for plant products are between 35 and 55%. So that is a big portion of why we're being pushed towards veganism. But it has more to do, it has a whole lot more to do with with things beyond just profits. There's eugenics involved. There's pharmaceutical and medical industry profits that are being promoted. You know, you can imagine in a vegan world, there's a long list of essential nutrients that you can't get from plants. And so there'd be all of this profit that to be made from manufacturing all of these factory-made non-bioidentical nutrients, which if it's not bioidentical, then it's not a nutrient. But all of that, the money and resources, animals killed, environmental destruction of all of these nutrients that would be required in a vegan world, they're never talked about in the vegan cult. You'll never see Earthling Ed say, you know, we've got to figure out a way to provide all of these essential micronutrients to a vegan population. Because he's working for entities that are trying to reduce the population.
And all the supplements that have to be produced are the production process of that is beyond ridiculous in terms of environmental destruction. You made a video on creatine that I really find interesting. Vegan creatine made from coal mining. Yeah, I mean this is very profitable for the fossil fuel industry as well, and the agrochemicals that are made from petroleum. This is like they're making a killing from pesticides and fertilizers and the ammonia that is used in the Haber process and so on and so forth.
Yep.
All this is making veganism very profitable.
Well, veganism is making the petroleum and coal industry very profitable.
Yeah. But let's get also to some data that shows that vegans do eat more plant foods than the average meat eater. And the average quote unquote meat eater is already like 70% plant-based. The Western diet, at least. But yeah, vegans call everyone who just eats 1% of meat a meat eater. So they're throwing that into the category. But if you're eating a 70% plant-based diet, then it's a plant-based diet, pretty much. Or it's similar to the Eat Lancet diet, although the Eat Lancet diet has like, I think 10% animal-based food or something, or 5%, and the rest is plants.
I've not looked into the Lancet diet, but yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, but what are they actually eating, the vegans? There's not much. There are not many studies on that. What they're actually consuming in terms of like volume of food. I mean, we looked at last stream. I showed a German study that showed like they eat roughly 4 times the amount of fruits and vegetables that a non-vegan eats. But there's another study, I think from France. Let me show you this. Wait a second. Can you see that? Is it on screen?
It's on screen.
Okay, so here is a comparison of mean intakes of foods in grams per day, right? So we got the vegetarians, the vegans, the meat eaters, right? And here's the food category, so fruits and vegetables, legumes, potatoes, starches, refined cereals, and so on and so forth, soy stuff, etc., meat. So all the food groups, right? So we look at the vegans, they eat like 360 grams of fruits on average in this sample here, with over 700 vegans. And the meat eaters, 240 to 50 on average grams of fruit per day, right? So the vegans eat substantially more, as you can see, of fruits, which have the highest pesticide footprint. Like fruits have the highest pesticide footprint, toxicity footprint. This is what many studies show. Then vegetables. So vegans, 366 grams, whereas meat eaters, 216 grams. Legumes, 73 grams versus meat eaters, 11 grams, right? So almost every category of plant foods, so whole starchy fruits, again, 83 grams versus 33 grams. So almost every plant category of food, it's very extreme when it comes to plant-based drinks and milliliters, drink substantially amount of soy and almond milk than meat eaters, and so on and so forth, unsurprisingly, because that replaces real milk. But yeah, as you can see, they consume way more plant foods than the average meat eater. There's another study which indicates this pretty much. And the thing is, they have to consume this amount of food because, as this graph indicates, the amount of plant foods you would have to consume to get the same nutrition as from animal foods is very large. Like, in order to get the same amount of micronutrients from ruminant liver, like from 1 gram of ruminant liver, you would have to consume 500 grams of oranges, right? So, and yeah, so this is another data point that indicates why we see in studies that take into account nutrition and carrying capacity, why there's why these studies show that there would be a net increase in crop agriculture, right? This is another reason why, actually. And I mean, you can go on YouTube and look what vegans eat in a day, like these vegan what I eat in a day videos. And what you'll notice is that they eat at least 5 times a day. They don't eat 3 times a day. They eat maybe 3 large meals, like huge salad bowls and rice bowls and large amount of fruits. And then they also snack a lot of foods in between, right? They eat way more plant foods than the average non-vegan. Yeah. And you have to imagine all this food is sprayed with pesticides. All this came from monocropping, from destructive monocropping, etc. Right? So this is what you have to keep in mind. Like, whenever I see a vegan what I eat in a day video, I don't see a salad bowl. I see a animal massacre on screen, pretty much.
Right. Now, a related thought that I'm having, because you just showed a graph that you showed I don't know if you call it graph or chart, but it was showing how many more oranges would be required to get the same nutrition as liver. But the truth is that you can't get, there are a bunch of nutrients in liver that you just can't get in oranges. So I'm curious to know what nutrients that they were actually using in that graph, because if they were to show you like how many oranges would be required to get the same amount of vitamin B12 and liver, then you'd have to eat all of the oranges in the world and you still wouldn't be able to get as much B12, bioactive B12 from oranges as you could get from liver. You could eat all the oranges in the world and you'd never get some B12. So how do they come up with a number of oranges to equal the amount of nutrition that you can get from liver? So even that is dishonest, which also brings me to the corrupt entities within the carnivore, the keto carnivore community, where they're discouraging people from eating beef liver. So if we're going to talk about how important these essential micronutrients are, then we have to address the fact that these WEF affiliated carnivore influencers are telling people to avoid beef liver. Now, if you were a WEF, a World Economic Forum affiliated carnivore keto influencer, and you look at this vitamin coverage chart, then you know exactly why they want you to eat ground beef and not beef liver. And then the other thing that has to be addressed is that corrupt carnivore influencer is going to say, oh, so Garland Farms was telling us that we need to eat 100 grams of beef liver every day. No, I didn't say that. That beef liver should be 100 grams of beef liver should probably be consumed somewhere between every 7 and 14 days. And let me also say this. There has never been not one confirmed case of vitamin A, excessive vitamin A from any kind of liver. The polar bear liver story that you've been told is a lie. It's not even documented. They don't have that. That's not a science. That's not science. Well, don't eat any polar bear liver, you'll die. Okay, show me the science behind that. It doesn't exist, because there's not one case of beef liver sourced vitamin overdose. And I'm sick and fucking tired of these keto carnivore influencers lying about that, because they're just as guilty as the misanthropic vegans are. You need those essential vitamins. A little beef liver from time to time is good for you.
Yeah, I hope I totally agree. I totally agree. I don't see any problem with eating a bit of liver. Keeps you energized, keeps you healthy. You know, and there are not many people who promote eating liver, besides maybe Paul Saladino. He promotes eating liver, which is good. And yeah, and like I said in the chat, liver is also full of vitamin C. Because vegans are going to say, oh, if you eat only meat, you cannot get vitamin C. But there is actually more vitamin C.
Yeah, beef liver not only contains vitamin C, but it's a different kind of vitamin C that's more effective than the plant-sourced vitamin C.
It's more bioavailable.
Vitamin C. It's like vitamin B12, right? There are vegan vitamin B12s that are not bioactive in humans, such as cyanocobalamin. Cyanocobalamin is not bioactive in humans, and the conversion to the bioactive form is very minuscule. So you can't get enough vitamin B12 by supplementing a non-bioactive B12. And the same is true for vitamin C. Is that the most effective, most beneficial vitamin C's are a different form of vitamin C that comes from animal products. We don't eat plants for their micronutrients. We eat plants for the macronutrients. There's a benefit to a limited amount of sugar and starch in the human diet. Because the oxygen demands for burning fat are so much higher than the oxygen demands of glucose, that if you were to meet your identical twin and he had the exact same body composition as you, the same body fat percentage, the same protein or the same muscle amount, the same strength, but the difference is that your glycogen stores are stunted by a low carb or no carbohydrate diet, and his glycogen stores are full because he's eating an appropriate amount of sugar or starch. Then you better, if you were to get in a life and death altercation with your twin and under that scenario, then you better hope like hell that you can put him out before the first 3 minutes, because by the end of the 3rd minute, your glycogen stores in a fight for life or death are going to be spent. And once you use up all of that glucose, then all of a sudden you change to burning fat, and the amount of oxygen required to burn that fuel is so much higher than the glucose that you're over. Your twin is going to put you down because you can't compete. Not after 3 minutes, because your glycogen stores are truncated. And again, I don't care which carnivore influencer is out there. None of them have my credentials. None of them have a kinesiology degree. None of them were an all-American collegiate athlete. None of them were nationally certified strength and conditioning specialists and worked with athletes from virtually every sport, from middle school all the way up to the pros. There's none of those carnivore influencers that know what the hell they're talking about. And especially those that are doctors. They're full of shit. They're just as bad as the vegan community.
I saw a carnivore video today. I'm not going to name the person, but sometimes carnivores do talk about veganism, and they sort of laugh at veganism. And this video talked about like double standards of veganism, right? And
Right.
first I thought, oh yeah, he's going to mention crop deaths, right? Because
Right.
when I think about double standards of veganism, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. That's like the biggest and most obvious double standard of veganism is crop deaths.
Yep.
But this video didn't mention crop deaths at all. And when I then looked at his channel and typed into the search bar the word crop deaths or the word crop death, nothing came up, not one video, which is
Right.
kind of weird to me. If your way of eating is attacked by the vegan movement, and the basis on which they level this attack is animals die for your meal, why wouldn't you talk about crop deaths? Like, this would be the most obvious defense or the most obvious thing that you would say. Like,
Yep. If those carnivore influencers were on the up and up, they would be funneling people onto the Garland Farm channel like you wouldn't believe. But none of those people will mention Garland Farms. The last person that from that group that mentioned Garland Farms was Sean Baker, and he was asking for my business, my meat business, to fail. because I was calling him out on his athletic background, which didn't match with what I was hearing.
Or they would make crop deaths videos themselves. I mean, but there's barely anything when it comes to that. Barely any mention of crop deaths when it comes to carnivore influences. And I mean, they have more subscribers than we do, right?
Okay.
So this is, they should be.
Why do you think that they get onto the Joe Rogan channel? Joe Rogan is a professional influencer, and so anyone that they want to promote, they're gonna put on his channel. I guarantee you that Joe Rogan is a subscriber to Garland Farms, but he will never comment on any of my videos.
Yeah, I mean, the only time that I heard something related to crop deaths on Joe Rogan was with Ted Nugent, and I mean, this was good, but the thing is that it was also easy to debunk, sort of thing, because it was just focused on tofu, which the vegans could say, oh, but tofu or soy is used for animal feed. So it was like an easy to debunk type of thing, which, yeah, but I mean, the thing is about the carnivore influencers is that the crop deaths issue is so important because you take out the force behind the vegan argument. And as we have seen, the vegan argument is very forceful and has an impact in the world, like we've seen with the meat tax that Denmark wants to implement. So we should take this seriously. We should make the crop deaths argument. We should be, I mean, these carnivore influencers, they should be shouting this from the rooftops, pretty much, right?
That's right.
But yeah, let's
even the best of the big time carnivore influencers is Saladino. But how many videos has Saladino made on crop deaths? 0. Crop deaths is the Achilles heel of veganism, because veganism is not about health. All the biggest vegan influencers admit that. So if all the vegan influencers are saying that veganism is not about health, then why would you as a carnivore influencer focus just on health? Health is relevant. Yes, veganism destroys your health long term. But the Achilles heel of veganism is the animals. Quadrillions more animals die for the factory monocropping that produce the items offered on the vegan menu than are killed every year in animal agriculture. That's a huge thing. And you won't find any of those big name carnivore influencers exposing that, because those individuals are affiliated with the World Economic Forum. How are they affiliated with the World Economic Forum? A lot of them are affiliated with the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association is ruled by the corporations that are spearheading the plant-based mock meat industry. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association in the United States is lying to people. They are ruled by Cargill and Tyson Foods and McDonald's. And all three of those corporations have published the fact that they want to transition into plant-based mock meats because the profit margins are so much higher. And it also has something to do with the fact that Bayer bought Monsanto. So now you've got a pharmaceutical industry that's providing the food to the population.
I also want to say,
make you sick.
I also want to say that just focusing on health is, when it comes to the vegan issue, just focusing on the health aspect is kind of dangerous in a way, because when it comes to nutrition, we don't have any cause and effect studies, right? So this makes this type of thing a bit vague and uncertain to some extent, right?
Yeah.
So to just take the nutritional angle is not really I mean, it is an argument against veganism, definitely, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not
subjective. It's subjective because what you just said, we don't have any causality confirmed. It's all correlation.
Right.
So given that these carnivore influencers will even tell you, they'll even say it, it's that we don't know anything about nutrition because we don't have any causality studies. And we don't not only have any causality studies, we will never have any because it's unethical to carry out those studies.
Right. Yeah, this is why the case against veganism and the defense of eating meat and having animal agriculture, there needs to be a more holistic case. There needs to be not just nutritional aspect covered, but also the sustainability, the environmental, and the animal welfare aspect covered. So this is why I encourage carnivores and anti-vegans to point this out, right? To look at these vegan claims that they're making about cows and CO2 emissions or methane emissions, and also like animal agriculture being full of death and torture for the animals. You would have to be very naive to not point out the crop deaths issue when you want to defend your way of eating. I mean, it's also a very easy go-to argument. Like the first, like if I was walking down the street and I saw a vegan protester or a vegan influencer on the street trying to debate people, the first thing that would come to my mind is, okay, you're saying that I kill animals. What about your death toll in crop agriculture? Like this would be the first thing that springs to my mind, right? So it is very important because the ethical, I mean, if there was no death or a very tiny amount of death associated with the vegan diet, they would have a very robust, or they wouldn't have a very robust case, but they would have a stronger case, definitely. And we would have to have a higher burden of proof on our side. We would have to do real extreme work to justify eating meat. If it was really true, like the vegans saying that there's like more animals dying in animal agriculture, and these animals are just mindlessly tortured to death and things like that, and there's like heaven on the vegan side of things, and crop agriculture is so benign and all of that. If that was the case, then the vegans would have a point, but it's not the case. It's actually pretty much the reverse of what I just said. The animals are being tortured to death in crop agriculture. And while not everything is perfect in animal agriculture, it is certainly more humane to the animals than than crop agriculture, and also less animals dying in animal agriculture. And that's pretty much what I want to hear from carnivores, and not just one video, but pretty much on repeat. Like, they need to shout this stuff from the rooftops, pretty much.
Correct. Any carnivore influencer that's avoiding the crop deaths issue is not your friend.
Yeah.
So let me play this real quick.
Where the rubber meets the road is that you're asking us to make a change that causes more harm.
Okay.
We don't want to make a change that makes more harm.
That's a completely different claim now. Now you're
Well, that's what you want. That's
you're
no,
moving the
that's
goalposts now.
that's no part of that. Part of that is made possible by looking at the details of crop deaths, for instance. You have to look at that to say, wow, you're right. Quadrillions more animals do die.
So you're
to make
abandoning
vegan
your
food.
claim of vegans having.
In other words, in order to get to the truth, you're going to have to look at crop deaths. But you're running again from crop deaths, aren't you? Another example of a vegan who's running
Go back
from
go
the
back.
crop deaths
Nope,
issue.
Nope. We're
If you really want to kill the most things, be a vegan, because the farmers who protect your beans kill everything. I kill one animal per arrow. In order to grow tofu, you have to kill every ground squirrel, every vole, every shrew, every snake, every turtle, every frog, every bird, every rabbit, anything that gets in that bean field. I'm either going to plow and dismember, which is why the crows and the seagulls follow the combines every year. And then if anything does survive my first slaughter, I'm going to come in with Monsanto and poison the shit out of everything so you can have a tofu salad and not be responsible for any death. Fuck you.
That's a truth.
Okay, what's interesting is that he said that after I published the first vegan kill cult video. Now I want you to listen to what he says when he talks about every animal that has to die. Listen.
First slaughter, I'm going to come in with Monsanto and poison the shit out of, which is why the crows and anything that gets in that bean field, I'm either going to plow and dismember, which is why the crows and the seagulls follow the combines every year. And then if anything does survive my first slaughter, I'm going to come in with Monsanto and poison the shit out of everything. So grow tofu, you have to kill every ground squirrel, every vole, every shrew, every snake, every turtle, every frog, every bird, every rabbit.
Okay, you see how he's listing all of these animals?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now let's go watch the beginning of my vegan kill cult video, and you tell me whether you think because he said this after the vegan kill cult video was published.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely remember you saying mole and vole, those two words together. And he said something similar. So, I mean, there's some likelihood that he saw that video.
Yeah, well, I know that he saw it. I mean, watch the beginning.
Truth be known, veganism is an absolute bloodbath and torture train. The annual number of animals slaughtered and maimed in the name of grains, nuts, seeds, roots, tubers, fruits, and vegetables is absurdly gargantuan. Farmers routinely unleash an arsenal of deadly weaponry upon squirrels, rabbits, raccoon, mice, rats, possum, groundhogs, ground squirrels, moles, voles, deer, birds, turtles, frogs, bees, aphids, crickets, grasshoppers, worms, caterpillars, grubs, ants, and many, many more, who compete for the nuts, seeds, fruits, leaves, and tubers so sought after by the human herbivore population. Come harvest.
So it's obvious to me that Ted Nugent is probably a subscriber, definitely has watched my videos, and he was basically mimicking me on the Joe Rogan show. The problem that I have with Ted Nugent is you stood up, you had the balls to stand up one time and tell the truth, but you haven't opened your mouth about it since, Ted. So when are you going to stop being a little bitch, Ted Nugent? Instead, stand up and promote the Garland Farms channel, which is the only channel on YouTube besides Anti-War Mindset. We're the only two channels on YouTube that are focusing on this issue that Ted Nugent was talking about. So when is Ted Nugent going to get off of Joe Rogan and start promoting us? He said it one time. If he can say it one time, he can say it twice. If he can say it twice, he can say it thrice. It's time for the big carnivore influencers, the big anti-vegans, to get on the crop deaths train and focus on the Achilles heel of veganism, which is the fact that quadrillions more animals are suffering and dying because of the vegan diet than all of animal agriculture.
Exactly. I mean, the only other
Ted Nugent, if you're listening, you little bitch, get up on your high horse and say it again. Don't just say it once. Expose it like I'm exposing it, Ted. If you can't do that, then you're part of the problem. And the same is true for all those other carnivore influencers that won't get on the crop deaths train. You're part of the problem, because the Achilles heel of veganism is the amount of animals that die for that menu.
Yeah, and if we underestimate veganism, then we're going to see more governments pushing a meat tax like Denmark. Again, this Denmark thing really illustrates how important it is to point out how destructive veganism is, and how much they lie about animal agriculture, and how unethical and destructive their diet is for the animals and for the planet and for the humans. It is very important to point this out, because I have this perception that people just laugh at vegans and post memes about vegans, and they're not taking them seriously. They're just thinking that there's harmless nut jobs on the internet. But no, the vegans on the internet are a small representation of the corporations and the institutions that are pushing us towards a limited or no animal products world. And that's the issue. Like, the Green Party in Germany is on board with veganism, for example. And as we have seen, the government in Denmark is, and the agricultural subsidies are going towards crops, and they're pushing the EU to limit the subsidies towards animal agriculture and to focus more on subsidies for crop agriculture, etc. And they're pushing all this fake meat. They're funding it. Governments around the world are funding this lab-grown meat and insect-based meat and all this nonsense, and fungi-based meat. The governments are funding that. If they wouldn't be on board with veganism, they wouldn't fund that, right? If they were pro-animal agriculture, they wouldn't really. I mean, they're funding it not just in millions, in billions. They're funding it in billions. Billions of dollars are going towards fake meat production, and your tax money is flowing there. So take veganism seriously. It's a real threat. It's a real thing.
Right. But this was a poll that I posted earlier this week, and most of my subscribers checked the hunting and fishing solution. So I said, the companies like Tyson Foods and Cargill have signed up for the World Economic Forum's anti-meat agenda. And so if they stop support, if 99% of the animal food supply is turned off by these WEF corporations, where are you going to source your animal products from? And most anti-vegans / carnivores think that they're going to replace that with hunting and fishing. What they don't understand is that they're going to be out there competing with 10,000 other people just like them. The amount of animal foods available in the wild is less than 1% of what it used to be. You're not going to get by with hunting and fishing. In fact, when that happens, the hunting and fishing will be criminalized.
Exactly.
So it's best that you stand up now when you have a chance to explain, first of all, that veganism is a lie. More animals and suffering of animals happens with the cultivation of the vegan menu than happens with all of animal agriculture. And if you're a carnivore influencer, an anti-vegan influencer, and you don't disclose that fact, then you're part of the problem.
Also, another thing about the hunting and fishing, we have talked about in another stream that Monsanto, I think it was Monsanto, they tried to pretty much have a patent on protein sequences from pigs, right? So they're trying to own nature with patents, essentially. So they're going to own the wild animals that you're going to hunt as well, and they're going to sue you if you try that, pretty much. Like the animals, the fish that you see in some lake, they're going to own that. They're going to say that's private property. They're going to say that's the property of some corporation. And if you want to tap into that, if you want to go fishing, forget about that, because that's going to be labeled as stealing from or trespassing, etc.
Right. Yeah.
So
these people that think that they're going to fulfill their animal food needs with hunting and fishing under a global vegan mandate are kidding themselves.
Yeah.
They're idiots. They're fools.
Yeah, it's going to be horrendous if nature is owned. And they're also going to own the seeds. A lot of seeds are patent. They're owned, pretty much. So you're not going to recreate. You're not going to take the seeds from the harvest and replant them. It's not going to be possible. It's going to be breach of patent law, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
there's farmers that have been sued for reusing seed. When you buy seeds to produce the vegan menu, those seeds that are patented, you got a 1-year lease. It's a lease. You're leasing the seeds. So if you buy or if you lease 10,000 pounds of seeds, but this year you only used 9,000 pounds of seeds, and you've got these other 1,000 pounds of seeds that left over, you plan to use them the next year? No. You have to buy those again. It's a 1-year lease. And so, there's been lots of farmers lose their farms fighting companies like Monsanto that are busy patenting the genes and seeds so that we don't, as people, don't have a right to food. Makes us legally liable for surviving.
Yeah, and the same thing is not just true for seeds, but also for the meat, because they're going to own the protein sequences. They're trying to do that with the lab-grown meat. That's the actual reason behind the lab-grown meat. It's not because they care about animals and they want just one animal to die so that like lab-grown meat can be created, and this is like for ethical reasons or some bullshit like that. No, they want to own the protein sequence. They want to have a patent on that, so they can own the animal, so that you cannot raise some pig in your yard or some chicken in your yard. So you have to depend on the stuff that comes out of a factory, because the lab-grown meat is going to be created en masse in a factory, in huge smoke-emitting factories in bio containers. So it's not going to be this benign thing. Like, it sounds very benign, like lab-grown meat. Oh yeah, barely any environmental issue attached to that. You know, similar with these supplements. They're created in a lab. No, it's going to be huge amounts of industrialization required for that. But yeah, let's also talk about another issue, which is the vegan water footprint, which is actually surprising to me that the World Wildlife Fund actually has been truthful about this water footprint of the vegan diet. They have been doing a report. This report actually was very dishonest in many ways, but the one thing that they were honest about is the water footprint of the vegan diet. So let me share my screen again. Wait a second. So I hope you can see this. Can you see this graph? Looks at the water footprint of Germany, like for foods.
Oh yeah.
And so this is like the total water footprint. There's a current diet, and then you have the flexitarian, and then a vegetarian, and then a vegan diet. And as you can see, the water footprint of the vegan diet is the highest. It's way higher than the water footprint of the current diet. And you can also see the contributors to the water footprint, right? So you got the plant-based foods in green, and then you got meat and meat products, for example, in red. Yeah. And what food has the higher contributor to water use or fresh water use?
By far is plant-based foods.
Yeah. So we live in a world in which water is scarce, actually, and we cannot just use all kinds of drinking water and waste that. We have to be careful with that. And as you can see, in a vegan world, according to the World Wildlife Fund, a vegan Germany would use more water.
Yeah.
More water would be wasted.
For me, this is evidence supporting the theory that the World Wildlife Fund, the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, is that they're actually looking to implement a Holodomor, because they're constantly crying that we don't have enough water, yet they're promoting a diet that requires the most amount of water.
Exactly. I mean, the water issue is just going to be huge in a vegan scenario. And there's even an explanation given why the water footprint is higher. By the way, again, here's the plant-based foods versus the animal-based foods for whole Germany and the water footprint, right? So it says right here, plant-based foods produce plant-based food production accounts for 82% of the water withdrawal. Animal-based food production for the remaining 18%.
Oh shit.
This quantity is due to partly to the fact that animal feed is grown predominantly in regions with sufficient precipitation or rainfall, whereas fruits and vegetables crops depend on artificial irrigation to a larger degree.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, the water footprint of the vegan diet is off the charts. So if you're thinking about water scarcity, then this is concerning. If the world is moving towards veganism, there's going to be droughts, etc. And otherwise, this report here is actually very dishonest, because they say, for example, that a vegan diet is, or that an animal-based diet is worse in terms of biodiversity, and they say that is because of deforestation for soy, for animal feed, but they don't take into account like pesticides. But we get to the deforestation issue later. But outside of that, the water footprint issue is correctly assessed here in this World Wildlife Fund report. And we know that because this is also in line with other studies, like this one here, freshwater footprint, and you see beef is down here, for example, right? And a bunch of plant foods are up here, right?
Yeah, all the plant foods require the most amount of water to produce. And I've got something to add to that here. What's this one?
The CDC has actually put out guidelines for an emergency preparedness kit in case zombies, flesh-eating zombies start to come and attack you. Do you have the right things in place? Do you have water? Do you have water?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Garland Farms channel. Today, we will be examining a portion of the impossible water requirements of a vegan world. Each day in the United States, about 27.4 billion gallons of water are used for residential purposes. 26.7% of this water is flushed down the toilet. So that translates to 7.32 billion gallons of water flushed down the toilet daily in today's omnivorous United States, where the average human being has one bowel movement per day. However, the average vegan has about 5 bowel movements per day. So if the people of the US were violently coerced onto a vegan diet, this would translate to 36.6 billion gallons of water flushed down the toilet per day in the US. That's an increase of 29.28 billion gallons of water flushed down the toilet per day under the scenario of a coerced vegan mandate, which would translate to 56.68 billion gallons of water required for residential use daily. This is more than a 100% increase overall daily residential water consumption in the US that would be required under a coerced vegan mandate. Undeniably, we cannot at all afford this amount of wasted water. So the obvious message this sends to the misanthropic vegan community is that they can take their violent threats of a vegan mandate and shove them up their ass. Thanks for watching.
Wow. So This is crazy. So the graph that I've shown earlier actually underestimates even the water footprint of a vegan diet.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
The 4 to 5 bowel movements that your average vegan has per day is going to take the water needs. And, even though you've already proven that just the cultivation of the vegan menu requires exponentially more water, then of course you've got to add to that the toilet water required for a vegan mandate.
Wow. Wow. We're gonna live in a desert in a vegan world pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a vegan world is the best way to reduce population, because you run out of food and you run out of water.
Man, this is so okay. Here are some boxes that we have already ticked. So the pesticide footprint higher on a vegan diet. The crop land use footprint higher on a vegan diet. The water footprint higher on a vegan diet. So let's also and the biodiversity due to the crop deaths also higher on a vegan diet. So what else is there? There's the
did you list the pesticide toxicity footprint?
Yeah.
Okay. The water, the fact that many of the essential micronutrients are not available and have to be manufactured in huge petroleum and coal-hungry factories, and after you manufacture these synthetic nutrients, they're not molecularly bioidentical to the natural, so they do not function the same in the human biology. There is no way to simulate natural nutrition on a vegan diet, because most of the nutrients are synthetic and they're not bioavailable. They're not bioidentical. They do not function the same. Some of them don't function at all, such as the most common B12 supplement is cyanocobalamin. And cyanocobalamin is not human bioactive. That's like selling you water that's not water. It does not function in human beings. And the conversion rate is less than 1%. So, I went into a drugstore recently in a nearby town, and I grabbed the cyanocobalamin supplement, and I walked over to the window where people get their, where vegans and trash food eating omnivores spend a lot of their time there getting their prescriptions filled. And I asked the pharmacist, I asked him, why don't you have any bioactive B12 on the shelf? Why is it that you only offer non-human bioactive B12? And he said, what are you talking about? And I showed him on my phone that cyanocobalamin is not bioactive in humans. And when he saw that, his eyes got about as big around as dinner plates, and he started backing away from me like I had just busted him robbing a bank or something. And he said, I'm busy right now. I can't talk anymore. Right? The medical community is completely implicated in all this shit. They're as corrupt as any WEF affiliated corporation or country or bank. This is a very sophisticated psyop that they're running, and we're not only getting misinformation or disinformation from the vegan camp, but the carnivore camp is also playing a role. And there are WEF affiliated influencers in the carnivore community on YouTube.
Also, what I want to say about supplements is that the industry is very badly regulated. So sometimes you don't even know what you get when you buy a supplement. Could say anything on that label and you don't know what you're getting there, really. It's not very reliable, actually. And the thing is, it's also often contaminated. I read that vegan protein powder is very much contaminated with heavy metals. A lot of herbs-based supplements from vegans are contaminated with mycotoxins and pesticide residue, etc. So yeah, and some other things. Some of these supplements require sulfur mining, coal mining. So is that on scale? Is that sustainable? I don't think so. And also the plastic packaging. A lot of this stuff comes on plastic packaging, which is also made from petroleum. So not biodegradable as well. And like you said, the nutritional aspect is questionable also. Let's also talk about the carbon footprint of a vegan diet, because this ties into the pesticide thing, because we have established already that the pesticide footprint is larger on a vegan diet because they eat more fruits and vegetables which have a higher pesticide footprint, and the animal feed crops, they don't use a lot of pesticides. They're not pesticide intensive as much. We have already proven that pretty much. So the vegan diet is definitely more pesticide intensive and has a higher pesticide footprint, higher pesticide toxicity footprint. So this is already pretty much established. Given that this is the case, this feeds into the carbon footprint discussion. Let me show you why. And this is very crucial. Because a lot of these studies that talk about diets and environmental footprint are bad. Let me tell you why they're bad. So yeah, can you see that here on screen?
Yes.
And climate change, a vicious cycle. This is one of the most important reports that anyone can read, because it shows how destructive in terms of climate change pesticides are, right? 99% of synthetic pesticides are derived from fossil fuels, right? And they themselves have a carbon footprint and are sometimes greenhouse gases themselves, right? However, here's the important thing to consider. Quote from the report: virtually no study calculates the greenhouse gas emissions of pesticide use over the full life cycle of the chemicals, which likely causes underestimates of true emissions. So do you see why most of the or pretty much all of the studies that look at diets and climate change, why they're full of shit? Because they're not factoring in the emissions from pesticide use. None of these studies that say, oh, the vegan diet is so good for the climate and it's only the meat that causes so many greenhouse gas emissions, etc. But they're not factoring in the greenhouse gas emissions from the pesticides. And given that the pesticides is the pesticide diet that is more pesticide intensive is the vegan diet, right? So there's biases already, all these studies in favor of the vegan diet, because they're not factoring in the whole life cycle emissions from the pesticide, and not just the
Right. They're omitting the majority of the greenhouse emissions from the plants.
right. So all these studies, whenever you see a study that says the plant-based diet is the best in terms of emissions, and they're not factoring in the emissions from the pesticides, and not just from the application, but also from the manufacturing, then you know that the study is toilet paper, pretty much. And they also say here, research to date also omits the emissions associated with pesticide waste, such as obsolete stockpiles of pesticides that have expired, been made illegal to use, or are otherwise unwanted, and their disposal through burning and other practices common in parts of the global south. Right. So another source of greenhouse gas emissions that are not included into these environmental studies relating to the vegan diet. And we can get an idea of what kind of emissions we are talking about, right? Because this is one of the first reports that actually gets into this issue. Greenhouse gas emissions associated with pesticide production, transportation, and field application. The greenhouse gas emissions associated with the production, transportation, and application of pesticides are linked to fossil fuel consumption during these processes. Importantly, 99% of synthetic chemicals, including pesticides, are derived from fossil fuels, and several oil and gas companies play major roles in developing pesticide ingredients. Since World War II, pesticides have typically been synthesized from petroleum or petroleum byproducts. ExxonMobil, Chevron, Phillips Chemical, and Shell are all producing pesticides or their chemical precursors. Many pesticides are also coated in microplastic, which are derived from fossil fuels to ensure more controlled release of the product. So another source of greenhouse gas emissions that they omit, multiple pesticide corporations self-report high CO2 equivalent emissions related to their operations. For instance, 9.8 million tons of CO2 directly or indirectly resulted from Syngenta's operation in 2021. This is equivalent to the annual carbon dioxide emissions of more than 2 million passenger vehicles. 2 million passenger vehicles, wow. And here it also says the energy used to produce the amount of glyphosate used globally in 2014 equals the energy to fuel about 6.25 million cars for 1 year. So those are the kinds of emissions we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And they're not included in any of these studies. In any of these studies that say, oh, the vegan diet is so good for the climate. None of these facts are factored in here, and they're probably underestimated, even in this report. Because it also says here, these estimates of greenhouse gas emissions by pesticides only factor in the energy used to produce the active ingredients. A true estimate must also include the energy needed to formulate the pesticide products and manufacture the inert ingredients. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, because the sound was cutting off. So let me repeat that. A true estimate must also include the energy needed to formulate the pesticide products and manufacture inert ingredients, which can make up the majority of a product. For instance, inert ingredients make up as much as 50 to 75% of glyphosate products. More than 500 of these
Hey,
so-called
I've got something I've got to deal with here on the farm. I'll let you speak, and then I'll come back when I finish.
okay.
Okay.
More than 500 of these so-called inert ingredients have been or are currently used as active ingredients. Yet due to proprietary protections, the identification and volume of these ingredients are kept secret from the public, making it impossible to calculate energy requirements for the manufacturing of pesticide products in their entirety. So as you can see, we don't know the full extent of greenhouse gas emissions coming from pesticides and their ingredients and the manufacturing of their ingredients and the transportation and everything. We don't know that. This is significant because a lot of studies, or pretty much all the studies that say the vegan diet is so perfect for the climate, they're not factoring in this. They're not factoring in any of this information that I just laid out. So, and we know that more pesticides are used on the vegan diet. So given that this is the case, these studies are already biased in favor of the vegan diet if they omit the greenhouse gas emissions from the pesticide industry. It's that simple. Yeah. And also another thing, oh wait, actually I can talk about this later. So let's look through the comments real quick until Garland comes back. Is there no vegan in the audience here? Because Jeffrey Phillips was saying a lot of things in the comment section of Garland Farms community tab posts that I wanted to confront him about, and also some stuff that he said on live streams. So this is, yeah, it would be good if someone like Jeffrey Phillips came on, because he ran away the last time, right? Jane's Journey says, plus health consequences with chemicals. Yeah, exactly. I mean, don't get me into that. I mean, don't get me started on that, because the pesticides are not just harmful to the animals, but they are harmful to humans as well. We talked about this in the last live stream, how since the so-called Green Revolution, there was an increase in pesticide usage, which since the 1960s, I think, up until 2014, there's an estimation of 14 million pesticide-related suicide deaths. Yeah, that's some studies identified. So if you want to talk about crop deaths, we need to also factor in the humans as well. The animals are not the only ones that are dying from pesticides, but also the humans. There's at least 14 million since the 1960s of pesticide-related suicides that we know of. So this is significant, and there are also many cases of leukemia related to pesticides, birth defects, different kinds of cancers, pesticide exposure is also linked to lower IQ if it is prenatal exposure. So, and many other things. So this is definitely harmful, this chemical pollution on a mass scale. There are reports coming out that 1/3 of France's drinking water is contaminated with a possibly carcinogenic pesticide. And 40% of baby food, conventional baby food, is contaminated with pesticides. So if you say that, if you say that the crop protection is just protecting property as a defense against the crop deaths argument, like vegans say we have to protect our food source, but then the food source is being contaminated with the method with which you protect the food source. It's kind of like the snake eating its own tail, basically. It makes this ethical claim, or this vegan ethical defense, very questionable. If say, oh, this food source is so important and we have to protect it, and if those quadrillions of animals die for the protection of this food source, then so be it. That is supposedly justified. Yet the way you protect the food source is contaminating and poisoning the food source. So basically you kill quadrillions of animals in order to protect a poisoned food source. If that is ethical, then I don't know what ethics are. You know, this is shows you how insane the vegan mindset is, you know, and sort of the defenses that vegans bring up when we level the crop deaths critique against them, pretty much. Have you addressed the Oxford study where neurologists took CAT scans of meat eaters and vegetarians, not vegans, and found the vegetarians with the largest brain had a smaller brain than the meat eater with the smallest brain? No, I don't know about that study. That sounds interesting. Yeah, I mean, I have to look into that. That sounds interesting. But yeah, I hope that I really hope that for this live stream, Jeffrey Phillips comes on, because he's always clowning around in the comment section, but he just runs away, right? So he's all talk, basically. He's not very brave, as it seems, you know. He's not willing to defend his ideas and his takes. He's just, you know, laughing in the comment section of Garland Farms comments, on the Garland Farms posts and stuff like that. Again, this is so weak. Like, if you think you're correct, then come on the live stream and we can have a discussion, right? We can talk about various claims that you made regarding the insecticides sprayed on hay, right? Because he said that most insecticides are sprayed on hay, or that governments cannot possibly be pro-vegan, is what he also implied. Meanwhile, the government of Denmark is pushing a meat tax. So, and he also said stuff about more meat means more death. So, anti-war, just type in vegan smaller brains and you'll find ample information, often from vegan-centric sources themselves, that admit that vegans will lose brain matter due to their diet. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean, I'm not an expert on that. Maybe Garland Farms can explain that, why this might be. But a lot of animal foods contain nutrients that are important for brain health, such as DHA and EPA, and also creatine, also I think choline, and many other nutrients. I think our brains contain a large amount of cholesterol, from what I heard. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, this might also be, if you have a low cholesterol diet, maybe that's connected to brain health as well. I don't know. Christina says too much phosphorus and potassium. Jeffrey displays erratic and juvenile behavior like most vegans. I think this is directly related to his lack of animal fat consumption. This might be the case, who knows? I mean, now that I think about it, there are not many vegans that I've seen on YouTube that are very sort of chill people, that are just very content, or that come across very relaxed. They're always in this either aggressive or very erratic mode for some reason, or come off as like very nervous or something. I don't see them really being relaxed or laid back very often. But yeah, I mean, really had hope that Jeffrey comes on the stream today, because there's a lot of questions or a lot of claims he made, also regarding the hierarchy of evidence, which is kind of like the vegan god, you know. Vegans worship this hierarchy of evidence. Your study is garbage because it's low on the hierarchy of evidence. You know, this is the amazing arguments that these people have. And also the hierarchy of evidence, and what is this this other thing, position paper of the nutrition, what is this organization called, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics? Yeah, this is also like their Bible, basically. This is like their holy text, this position paper, you know, even though it was retracted at least once, and it's now expired and has all kinds of flaws. Like Chief Jolly Roger pointed out in one of his videos that most of these references that they have in this position paper are actually showing a non or anti-vegan conclusion, or a conclusion that is critical of veganism. So, but yeah, this position paper is just appealed to authority, and it's just an opinion piece, basically. Hello, welcome back.
Yeah, I made it back. I survived. What did I miss?
Oh, I just talked about, so I basically wrapped up my talk on the pesticide greenhouse gas emissions.
Yep.
So, and also I talked a little bit about the fact that Jeffrey Phillips doesn't show up here, even though he's clowning around in your comment section.
Right.
It's very sad, man. I wanted to have a discussion, and I wanted to ask some questions also on his about his study that he posted. I wanted to go through that study together with him, and I also wanted to ask questions about this hierarchy of God. Hierarchy of evidence that he worships like it's a god.
Yeah. Well, when you talked about the greenhouse emissions associated with veganism, did you cover the fact that there's a long list of essential nutrients that would have to be sourced from petroleum and coal powered factories in a vegan world? These emissions also have to be factored in to their greenhouse numbers.
Yeah. None of the studies that I have seen takes that into account. I mean, these studies, these environmental studies that proclaim the vegan diet as the most sustainable, they are not really factoring in anything. They're factoring calories and maybe protein, crude protein, not even protein quality, adjusted protein, and maybe grams or weight, but they're not really factoring in nutrition. Most of these studies, 99% of studies, and I've looked at a lot of these environmental studies that compare different diets and different food groups. Most of these studies don't take into account nutrition, let alone bioavailability. And they also don't take into account what you just said about the manufacturing of supplements in the vegan world. They don't take into account the pesticide footprints, let alone the emissions from the pesticide application and manufacturing and transportation.
Right. That's
And
exactly.
also food waste, also not really factored in many of these studies, because
Yeah, what is it? Something like 30 to 40% of the plant-based foods go to waste.
I don't know the exact percentage, but most food waste is plant foods, fruits and
Right.
vegetables to be precise. Yeah. If this is not factored in, and I think the emissions from food waste is like 8% globally or something, that human caused emissions is from food waste is 8 or 9%. So this also has to be factored in, right?
Right. Here, I've got something relevant to share here. So about a third of all of the fruits and vegetables that are produced in the world, with all those pesticides and all those emissions to produce, about a third, 33%, goes to waste.
Yeah. Wow. So, but they say that animal agriculture is inefficient, right?
Right. Right. What a joke.
Yeah. So if those studies are not factoring in food waste and all these other things that we talked about, then these studies are biased in favor of veganism. Because those emissions would change the vegan footprint in those studies significantly and upwards.
All right. I have to, no, I have to mute for a second. Hold on.
Yeah, and not just the food waste and the pesticide footprint emissions and also the manufacturing of these supplements, but also the food miles. They are also not very often factored into these studies. I mean, sometimes they are, but sometimes they're not. And this is significant because the vegan food is very often non-local. So they're usually from all over the world, pretty much. Transported in planes and ships and trucks from all over the world, pretty much.
Yeah. Very few of the fruits and vegetables are local that people are eating. So the amount of fossil fuels and associated emissions, again, are not factored in to any of their propaganda. And then, you know, you have to go ahead and address their the rebuttal to that, which is to be, well, you know, these countries are also exporting and importing cattle and beef and pork, etc., especially cattle. But you know, you have to look at the fact that those livestock do not have to be transported from one continent to the other, because if you look closely, you'll see that for instance, the United States is importing beef from Australia, and Australia is importing beef from the United States. So what you've got is a case where these World Economic Forum affiliated meat corporations are playing ball with the WEF and are engineering a scenario where none of the food that's being eaten in any of the countries is being produced in those countries. And so with that scenario, they can implement a Holodomor at will, because all they have to do is claim that there was mad cow disease or bird flu to justify a 100% culling of all the livestock. And because most of the livestock that are grown are on contract with these WEF affiliated corporations, that the producers of these animals are not really the owners of the animals. It's the contractual, these animals are on contract with companies like Tyson Foods and Cargill, which have both signed on with the WEF anti-meat agenda.
Yeah. Those companies are on the vegan side, pretty much. But yeah, the vegan counter argument to the food miles thing fails, because yeah, it's true that sometimes some animal products are imported and exported, but animal products are more local food than plant products. I mean, this is just the case. You have to import fruits and vegetables from all over the world when you live in, let's say, Germany or Nordic countries or whatever, or wherever you walk, wherever you live. I mean, you have to, and I mean, vegans, they eat a whole range of different kinds of plant foods. It's not just a handful or something. So this is all imported from somewhere. Eating meat, I can do that locally, easily. I don't have to, I can eat beef or pork from German producers easily. And yeah, so like we said before, so the carbon footprint of the vegan diet is substantially higher than what is reported in these studies, because these pro-vegan studies, which is unfortunately most studies from what I've seen, and like I said, I have spent hours and hours and hours and hours researching these environmental footprints comparison studies that look at the vegan diet versus the omnivore diet.
Yeah.
And all these studies are like 99% are pretty much garbage, because they're not factoring in nutrition, bioavailability, pesticide footprints, pesticide emissions, life cycle analysis of pesticide emissions, food miles, supplement life cycle emissions, etc. They're not factoring in at least I don't know, at least 7 or 9 important factors that are biasing the results in favor of the vegan diet, because we know that the results would be worse because the vegan diet has, according to the available evidence, a higher pesticide footprint, for example. So this is very clear that these studies are biasing the results in favor of the vegan diet. And also, when we talk about the carbon footprint of animal foods, in particular cows and cow methane emissions due to enteric fermentation, they're inflating that massively, because they're using a metric that doesn't take into account the decomposition of methane in the atmosphere. So let me share my screen again.
Okay. A better way of measuring
So-
methane?
Yeah, so the global warming star metric, right, versus the metric these pro-vegan studies like to use, the global warming potential 100. And this, whenever you see a vegan study or like a study that looks at these environmental footprints of livestock, and they're using the global warming potential 100 metric, then you basically know that this study is going to be biased in favor of reducing livestock. Because, let me read you from this article, while global warming potential 100 does consider short-lived gases like methane, it does not account for removal from the atmosphere. Like explained above, since methane is removed in about 12 years through a natural process, stable emissions do not increase warming after that 12 years. In fact, previous CO2 equivalents using global warming potential 100 have overestimated methane's effects on global temperatures by a factor of 3 to 4. And this was admitted by the what is it called? International Panel for Climate Change, or whatever this organization is called. You know what I...
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, what's interesting about that is it's similar to the American Dietetic Association, where they admit now that they do not endorse a vegan diet, but they used to endorse a vegan diet at all life stages for humans. And when they announced that they supported a vegan diet in all life stages, they were very loud and proud about that. But when they retracted that, they kind of kept it a secret, which is what you see with these entities that have retracted the idea that methane is the major greenhouse gas. And now they've told us that over and over, very loud and proud. But now that they've admitted that those effects on global temperatures by methane have been over exaggerated by a factor of 3 to 4, you don't see them loud and proud retracting the misinformation that they put out the first time. So I think that this is these types of admissions are kind of a cover your ass activity for these misanthropic entities. And if not, then what they would be doing is they would be shouting from the rooftops that they had made a mistake regarding this issue.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, this is not known by many people, that they overestimated the methane effects on global temperatures by a factor of 3 to 4. You would have to look at these types of things yourself to figure this out. I didn't know that until a few weeks ago. So, and the livestock numbers, they're pretty much stable or sometimes decreasing. It says right here, if emissions increased through greater use of fossil fuels or larger livestock herds, the higher concentration of CO2 and methane in the atmosphere leads to greater warming from both gases. However, constant or decreasing emissions paint a different picture. And we see livestock populations are not really increasing, at least not in the West. It's actually decreasing in the United States. And there's even a study done that looks at what would happen to emissions when livestock was out of the picture in the United States, and it would marginally decrease, like 2% or so. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is here's also some graphs corresponding climate impacts of increasing, decreasing, and constant carbon dioxide and methane emissions over time. Yeah. So as you can see, the methane emission warming effect decreases when there's decrease in livestock, and in constant livestock populations, it is pretty much the carbon dioxide emissions are outpacing the methane emissions, right?
Right.
So that means that there's no additional warming coming from livestock because those are natural emissions. Because
Right.
the methane is broken down into CO2 and it's taken up by the plants that the livestock is eating, like the grass, right?
Yep.
So it's ridiculous. And I've also shown in another video and in another live stream that there are studies being done that show that livestock animals.
Just a second. I have to step out for a minute.
Okay. But yeah, I've shown in another video that the livestock emissions from pastoralism in the savannah, for example, they are basically the same as those from wild herbivores. And if those livestock emissions are sort of removed, or if those, if those pastoral livestock populations are removed, then they would be pretty much replaced by the native herbivore species because they occupy similar ecological niches. And given that this is the case, there would not be a substantial reduction in emissions from that, from removing livestock. The area pretty much would just be repopulated by natural herbivore populations, wild herbivore populations, which produce similar emissions. And yeah, and then there's also this FAO report that this new FAO report, which also calls into question this idea that reducing animal consumption has this big effect on emissions, actually showed that it would at most reduce the emissions like globally like 5% or so coming from agriculture. So yeah. So we have covered basically the major vegan environmental points. We're also going to cover the deforestation issue and the antibiotics issue as well. Those are also major vegan talking points. But yeah, we have demonstrated thus far in this live stream, and then also in other live streams, that vegan diet has higher pesticide footprint that it has higher water use or water footprint, that it has higher cropland footprint, and that it has higher animal death toll due to higher pesticide footprint, and that the thing about animal versus plant-based diets in terms of emissions is questionable, and that they're overestimating the emissions coming from animal agriculture, and that they are severely underestimating the emissions coming from plant agriculture. So we have talked about these things thus far. Those are like the major vegan talking points. We have basically shredded them systematically with facts and evidence. And we're also going to get into the deforestation thing, because the deforestation thing is something that vegans claim over and over again. Like they say things like, "Oh, the forest, the Amazon rainforest is going to be destroyed because you're eating a hamburger or something," which is absolute nonsense. But I'm going to show that. But yeah, the deforestation issue is something that a lot of anti-vegans are also struggling with, because the deforestation is it's a very complicated issue. It's not very easy to understand, and a lot of factors play a role when it comes to deforestation. In the Amazon rainforest and elsewhere, it's not very straightforward, and you have to look into many things. And also the antibiotics issue is also something that we have to talk about.
What did you find out about antibiotics?
I think we should cover this later, because we want to go through the environmental stuff first. So we talked about the greenhouse gas emissions coming from livestock. I also want to quickly cover the carbon sequestration, because livestock can sequester carbon into the soil, right? You covered this multiple times on your channel, and they have the potential to be even carbon neutral or even carbon negative. But then there are vegans who cast doubt on that and are citing this Oxford report called "Grazed and Confused." That's like their go-to source when they want to say this carbon sequestration and regenerative grazing is nonsense or whatever, and it's not working. They're saying that there's like a limit to the amount of carbon that can be stored and things like that, right? Or
Yep.
it has limited potential or something. But the great rebuttal to that, actually. Can you see that on screen?
I'm trying to pull it up. Okay. Confused indeed.
Yeah, this is a Substack article that I can recommend everyone reads by Gunnar Rundgren, and he does a lot of great work, by the way, on these kinds of issues. And he gives his critique on Grazed and Confused, and he points out various different things. Wait a second. So, for example, the calculations of carbon sequestration in the report are based on several weaknesses. Measurements of carbon are mostly only in the upper layer of soil, often the top 30 centimeters, and sometimes as little as the top 10 centimeters. Most studies which have supplied the data from the report have been interested in changes in soil organic matter as a measure of soil fertility and not the potential for carbon sequestration. For that purpose, these shallow measurements are quite okay, but the stable carbon fractions, which can be stored over a long time, are found deeper down. So they're using biased sources in this report.
Right. So what you're telling me is that these vegans that have tried to debunk regenerative ruminant grazing operations by saying that there's only a limited amount of carbon that can be sequestered are relying upon biased sources that are limiting, for no good reason, the depth at which they measure carbon in the soil.
Exactly. Yeah. And also says here, admittedly, the carbon content deeper down is lower, but it is a lot more stable. Grassland has a very high proportion of below ground biomass and deep roots. Therefore, the carbon stored by grasslands is likely to be distributed deeper than in arable land. According to Jackson et al., 2017, native grasslands allocate around 60% of primary production to roots, croplands 10%, and for forests 20%. Measuring carbon content in a specific layer of the soil and using that as a measure of carbon sequestration omits what happens with the soil in total. Soil can grow deeper by root activity and higher by accumulation of litter and dust on the top. This is how soil is made in the first place. One can very well sequester a lot of carbon in a soil while the carbon content 0 to 30 centimeters remains constant.
Yeah.
Measurements are mostly on carbon, not differentiating between different forms of carbon. The soil, while it is well known that there are only some fractions of carbon which are stable. The authors claim that the carbon sequestration is most likely to take place in degraded soils, but the evidence for this is not at all conclusive. Many of the best soils in the world have been accumulating carbon for a very long term, and many of the poor soils have been poor for a very long time. From a practical farming perspective, the experience is rather the opposite. A good soil can go on accumulating carbon for ages. While it is a lot harder, but not impossible, to increase soil organic matter in poor soils, in poor climates.
Yeah. And that makes sense because the less water, the less precipitation you have, the poorer the soil will be because less vegetation is able to grow. If less vegetation is able to grow and live, then less vegetation is able to die. And if less vegetation is able to die, then less carbon is going to enter the soil. And the less ruminant action you're going to get. The more ruminant action you get, in other words, the more herbivore livestock that are properly managed, then the better the carbon content of the soil is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. I mean, this blog post makes many great points, and is a great rebuttal towards this grazed and confused propaganda piece by the University of Oxford, which has a relationship to Monsanto. But vegans are just not caring about that conflict of interest at all, apparently. It also says here the report deals very lightly with the topic of ruminants, grass interactions, and gives the impression that the existence of ruminants in grasslands has little significance compared to non-grazed grasslands. The role of the manure falling on the field is mostly seen as a potential source of pollution, but this is far too simplistic view of the very complex interactions in nature. For example, dung beetles and mycorrhiza play an important role in pastured livestock operations, particularly in the tropics. Dung beetles help mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and aid carbon sequestration, in part by increasing grass growth, iterating soil, and delivering manure carbon to mineral surfaces. So yeah, a lot of great points in this critique of the.
And you said that Oxford is affiliated with Monsanto?
Yes. You can Google this. This is very
well, I was just going to say that's not a big surprise, but I also would add that not only is University of Oxford, which produced Grazed and Confused, which is full of lies, not only are they affiliated with Monsanto, but they're also a strategic partner of the World Economic Forum. So it's funny that someone like Jeffrey Phillips would quote anything that supports veganism from the University of Oxford, and then at the same time call me some type of coward because I'm afraid that the World Economic Forum is pursuing a global vegan mandate. Right? Because every time a vegan opens his or her mouth, they are parroting some type of lie that's been published by some World Economic Forum affiliated entity.
Yeah, and also when you look at the authors of the Grazed and Confused report, at least one of the lead authors is with the Eat Lancet Forum, or with the Eat Forum. And the Eat Forum is partners with Nestle. So, and other corporations, Bayer, etc. So, yeah. And also George Monbiot is partners with the Eat Forum, and he uses a lot of pro-vegan propaganda. So,
and that's another thing, a critique I have for the top tier keto carnivore influencers is they don't shed a light on the World Economic Forum. They avoid that subject just like they avoid the subject of crop deaths. That should tell you something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is ridiculous. How can you ignore the corporate entities that want to take away your food? That cannot be ignored, really.
How many times has Sean Baker talked about the World Economic Forum? How many times has Saladino talked about the World Economic Forum? How many times has Bart Kay talked about the World Economic Forum? How many times have Dr. Chaffee talked about the World Economic Forum? If you look into that and you find out that they either don't talk about it or they have mentioned it maybe one event out of 3,000, people need to wake up. People in the vegan community need to wake up, and people in the carnivore community need to wake up. Both camps are being misled. Both camps are not addressing the World Economic Forum. Both camps are not addressing crop deaths. It's not an accident, people. If you're going to be a keto carnivore participant, fan, then you need to demand that your influencers expose the WEF. You need to demand that your influencers expose the crop deaths hypocrisy. And if you don't demand that they do that, they're not going to do it, and you're not going to get your money's worth out of those people. They need to cover these subjects. It can't be left up to two tiny little channels like Garland Farms and AntiwarMindset. And we're the only two channels on YouTube that are really focusing on this and exposing it. And we could get a whole, I mean, if all of those top tier keto carnivore influencers were to laser focus on this issue for 30 days, veganism would probably be defeated.
Yeah, hopefully.
But when are we going to get these top tier keto carnivore influencers to help us? Because right now, all they're doing is telling people to eat nothing but meat, nothing but muscle meat, avoid organ meats like liver, avoid all carbohydrates. No mention of the World Economic Forum, no mention of crop deaths.
By the way, can you pull this up? What I got on screen?
Regenerative agriculture, key to solving the climate crisis.
Yeah. So this is also another report that I recommend everyone reads, because all these vegans that are poo-pooing regenerative agriculture and saying that it's sort of pseudoscience and it doesn't work or something, this article is packed, and I really mean packed, with evidence that it does work. So I will not read this whole thing, but I will maybe read something from it. Let's see. I mean, it really goes deep into also what Gabe Brown is doing. Yeah, so scientists from the University of California, Berkeley, took annual soil cores a meter deep and tested whether that soil has soaked up additional carbon. One application of compost to rangeland doubled grass growth and increased carbon sequestration up by to 70%. Every year, the carbon content has increased. The study found that this land treated with organic amendments achieved greenhouse gas mitigation rates of more than 18 tons of CO2 equivalents per acre. The sequestration of just 1 metric ton per hectare, 2.47 acres per year on half the 23 million hectares of rangeland in California would offset 42 million metric tons of CO2, equivalent to all of the annual greenhouse gas emissions from energy use for commercial and residential sectors in California.
Oh, wow.
Right, and this regenerative amendments comes from compost and manure from livestock. Okay,
Right.
so this is just one example of, yeah, I mean, there's so much evidence and data here, it's unbelievable. It also says here, scientist Greg Retallack provided a paper in 2013 that should end the debate on whether soils can be the answer to the climate crisis. He showed that global expansion of grasslands and their newly evolved carbon-rich soils over the past 40 million years may have induced global cooling and ushered in Pleistocene glaciation. Grassland evolution has been considered a consequence of mountain uplift and tectonic reorganization of ocean currents, but it can also be viewed as a biological force for global change through the coevolution of grasses and grazers. Organisms in such a coevolutionary trajectories adapt to each other rather than to their environment, and so can be forces for global change. Past farming practices have aided greenhouse gas release. Modern grassland agroecosystems already under intensive human management can reverse this, serving as a carbon sink. Carbon farming techniques can reclaim desertified land and help curb anthropogenic global warming. So yeah, there's all kinds of great stuff in this article. Yeah.
Great article. That's awesome.
And the thing is that what the vegans are demanding would release all that carbon that is stored on these grasslands, because the cultivation or the conservation of grasslands into arable land would just plow up that land and release all the stored carbon. So if that's going to be the climate solution, I'm very skeptical about that.
Right. Tillage reduces carbon every time, and it doesn't matter whether it's heavy tillage or light tillage. Tillage reduces soil carbon, period. End of story. Does light tillage cause less carbon depletion of the soil than heavy tillage? Yes, but it still depletes carbon.
Yeah. So we have pretty much talked about the major environmental topics that veganism brings up. But let's talk about the thing that is confusing to a lot of people, which is the deforestation issue. And admittedly, it is complicated. It's not an easy issue. It's very complicated, actually. So let's look at that. Because the vegans are claiming that, the Amazon rainforest is decimated for livestock, and that every time you eat a hamburger, you're just eating a part of that Amazon rainforest. I think this is like something like Earthling had probably said something like this, if I remember correctly. Hello.
Yeah.
So, but let's fact check that. Let's actually look deforestation in the Amazon.
I think I know what you're bringing to the table. But let's see. Yep.
So let's first look at the commodities of illegal deforestation, because a lot of deforestation in Brazil is actually illegal. And by the way, risk commodities doesn't necessarily mean causing deforestation, but are correlated with that. This is a very crucial point to keep in mind, right? So it says here, forest loss is highest in the cattle industry, mainly for the domestic market, meaning for the Brazilian domestic market, right? So already right off the bat, the correlation is with the domestic market. It's not something to do with you eating a beef patty that's gonna destroy the Amazon rainforest. It's a more of a domestic issue, actually, in Brazil. Okay, and the rest of that footprint is coming from, or the rest of the correlation with deforestation is coming from stuff like soy cultivation. But the thing is that Brazil exports most of its soy to China. So that's pretty much fact. So you can also look at this graph. So the exports, right? So the soy heavily exported. Meanwhile, the cattle is actually not much exported, right? So, but is that is cattle causing the deforestation, or is just a correlation? Is the question, right? Because whenever I looked into this issue, it seems more like a correlation than a causation, right? So here's NASA's website. Okay, even NASA has a very interesting take on this. Deforestation follows a fairly predictable pattern in these images. The first clearings that appear in the forest are in a fishbone pattern arrayed along the edges of roads. Over time, the fishbones collapse into mixture of forest remnants, cleared areas, and settlements. This pattern follows one of the most common deforestation trajectories in the Amazon. Legal and illegal roads penetrate a remote part of the forest, and small farmers migrate to the area. They claim land along the road and clear some of it for crops. Within a few years, heavy rains and erosion deplete the soil and crops yields falls. Farmers then convert the degraded land to cattle pasture and clear more forest for crops. Eventually, the small landholders, having cleared much of their land, sell it or abandon it to large cattle holders who consolidates the plots into large areas of pasture. So, as you can see here, the deforestation occurs first when roads are being built, and then this drives up the price of the land, making the land more valuable, essentially. And then these farmers come along and claim the land and plant crops. And then only after the land is being depleted because of the monocropping agriculture, then at that point only the cattle comes into play, right? So the deforestation has already occurred, and then the cattle comes into play. So it's not really the cattle driving this, but it seems more like road construction and land speculation and crop farming. And the cattle is basically being scapegoated for this whole thing. And it's the international cattle industry that is being scapegoated here, even though it's actually more of a domestic issue. Like most of this meat that comes from this cattle is not going to be eaten by the German or the American or the Swedish or the English consumer. Yeah. So even NASA admits pretty much what's going on here. Then there's also this trace Earth report. Indirect land use change deforestation linked to soybean threaten prospects for sustainable intensification in Brazil. Unpublished analyses by the Trace team have found that while the majority of soy expansion across Brazil has occurred on existing pasture, the total area of pasture has remained more or less unchanged. This is due to conversion of old pasture to cropland, mostly soy, being offset by continued expansion of new pasture into forest and savanna. This dynamic suggests that crop expansion and soy expansion in particular is playing a key indirect role in driving deforestation, despite the success of the soy moratorium in the Amazon in significantly reducing direct conservation of forest for soy since 2008. These results also cast doubt on any conclusion that agricultural production is being decoupled from deforestation in the Amazon, in the Brazilian Amazon and Cerrado. The current area of pasture in Brazil now is about the same as in 2006, around 180 million hectares, and just 1.4% less than its peak in 2009. About 4.2 million hectares of native vegetation was converted to pasture in the Amazon in 2008 to 2018, and 5.9 million hectares in the Cerrado. In the same period, around 19 million hectares of existing pasture was lost in the two biomes, largely to cropland. Soy was the major crop to expand in the area in both biomes. which has increased across these biomes by 8.9 million hectares around 2008 to reach 20.8 million hectares in 2018. The largest relative increase in soy across Brazil biomes since 2008 occurred in the Amazon, followed by Matopiba. In the Cerrado, soy currently occupies 23% of the pasture that was lost between 2008 to 2019, while the Amazon occupies 22%. These percentages will almost certainly increase, as it can take 3 to 5 years, depending on the region, for land that is cleared for soy to be placed into production due to the time needed to prepare the land, secure licensing, and access credit. Overall, in both the Amazon and Cerrado, for every hectare of soy expansion onto pasture, there's at least 1 hectare of pasture expansion onto forest. While additional research would be needed to identify a firm causal link, the dynamic strongly suggests that soy is indirectly linked to deforestation via the displacement of cattle pasture. This challenges the widely held assumption that cattle production is driving the majority of deforestation in Brazil, and that soy expansion is decoupled from deforestation. So, as we can see, the soy production is mostly being used to displace cattle pasture, and the cattle is then driven into the Amazon rainforest.
Yes. Yes. However, the one industry that's not being exposed here, or I think you did mention it, but the cattle industry is not the logging industry. So the cattle farmers in Brazil are like me. They're just poor people. They're not wealthy. They are not in the business of clear cutting forests. The industry that's in that business in Brazil is the logging industry. So the industry that's directly responsible for deforestation in Brazil is not the cattle industry, because cattle farmers do not carry chainsaws. It's the logging industry that's actually doing the deforestation. And then the other thing is the fact that cattle farming, if managed properly, builds soil health. So old cattle pastures in Brazil are the ideal soils for soy production, because it's made arable by the years and years of cattle ranching on that soil. So I'm going to share, keep that what you've got there, because I'm going to share something else with you right here. Soy and cattle team up to drive deforestation. This entire article does not mention the logging, but it does talk about how soybean farms are typically planted in old cattle pastures, and as soy encroaches on the cattle industry, then the pasture is forced into the forest.
Yeah. I mean, even NASA seems to admit this. So to blame it all on the cows is a deception. It's a correlation, right? The cattle expansion correlates with deforestation, but it doesn't mean that it's the cause. That's pretty much what's going on here.
Right.
And also, can you pull up this article here?
Yeah, I've got it up there.
Right. So disentangling the numbers behind agriculture-driven tropical deforestation. This article actually shows some possible mechanisms with which deforestation occurs. So, for example, there are several mechanisms explaining this large share of agriculture-driven deforestation without expansion of agricultural production.
I've got to step out again.
Okay. One such mechanism is land speculation, often linked to unclear or contested tenure. This process has been documented for several Latin American countries, including the Brazilian Amazon and Costa Rica, where expectations about future agricultural rents fueled by planned road infrastructure improvements, uncertainties around future forest conservation policies, and the existence of large tracts and undesignated public land lead to speculative clearing, right? So a lot of property rights are not clear in this area of the Amazon rainforest. So that means there's a lot of land speculation and associated illegal deforestation going on because of that. Other social processes such as imitation, for example, create crop booms and potential busts. This can lead to land being cleared anticipatively, but not subsequently being taken into production because deteriorating market conditions, failed operations, or diminishing economic viability. For instance, land cleared for speculation in the Brazilian Amazon is typically put under extensive pasture where animal stocking rates are very low. These pastures are commonly degraded and abandoned within relatively short time periods. Deforestation can also be used to strengthen tenure claims where laws link land rights to clearing or use. Right, so a lot of cattle is just being used to bolster land claims, pretty much. But this does not mean that this cattle is for selling beef, especially not internationally, right? So you can see that this link between cattle and deforestation is misleading because it's not necessarily the case that this cattle plays a role in terms of beef production and the land is essentially cleared for beef production, but it's very likely the case that the cattle is just being used to bolster land claims. Moreover, conflicts over land tenure often contribute to deforestation in contested forest frontiers in excess of clearings purely for productive agriculture. The extent of land which unclear and contested tenure is not precisely quantified panentropically, but is shown to be very large in some countries. Land degradation can also lead to land abandonment or maintenance of the land at very low levels of productivity, possibly because the deforested land was not suitable to begin with, or because of deforestation-driven changes in local climate, inadequate management, and lack of expertise or cultural and structural barriers. So as we can see, deforestation is much more complicated than the vegans make it seem. Like these vegan headlines that you read on the Guardian, or the forests are decimated due to cattle pasture expansion or something. That is most likely a correlation causation fallacy, pretty much. And we also have to, of course, look at stuff like this. So a lot of crops that vegans consume that have nothing to do with animal feed also are implicated in massive deforestation, like avocados that wipe out Mexico's forests, for example. Right. So yeah, this is pretty much on the deforestation aspect. I'm probably going to make a additional video on this, because it's a very complicated issue, actually. But yeah, so let's look at the comments again. Yeah, I mean, no one is immune from criticism. Wait, so what is this about? Oh, the criticism of the carnivore community. I mean, the thing is that if the criticism is justified, then it's justified, right? I mean, the carnivore community has its flaws, is what we're saying. And it would be good if there were improvements, right? This is why criticism exists, because we want to see improvements. And there's no reason why they shouldn't talk about crop deaths. They should talk about that. It's important also for their sake, right? It's important that carnivores defend, or at the very least properly critique the movement that attacks animal agriculture, which is the vegan movement. So not talking about the crop deaths issue is very limited. Yeah. But yeah, we have talked about so many things. This was very productive so far. The only thing that was sort of missing here is a vegan that confronted us. You know, I don't know, thought that we're all into discussions and debates or whatever, but apparently not. Apparently they're cowards. So, I mean, Jeffrey claimed that he has 200 years of science behind him. So, just want to see that. The 200 years of science. there's also this thing about the Inuit diet that sometimes carnivores talk about, but they claim that eating organ meats was not a thing among the Inuits. And then I looked into this, and actually it was, the traditional Inuit diet was full of organ meats. So I don't know why they're claiming that, really. I mean, the Inuits used to eat the brains of seals, I think. So, and the hearts, pretty much nose to tail. So there was some organ meat consumption among the traditional Inuit diet. But some carnivores claim this wasn't actually the case. Like there was some, I forgot this guy that they're referencing, but there was some kind of traveler there who supposedly discovered that they didn't eat a lot of organs or something. They reference some specific person, which supposedly shows that the Inuits supposedly didn't eat organ meat or something. Then I
Well,
looked.
the Inuits not only ate organ meats, but they also ate quite a bit of plant foods. During the summer, they had access to a lot of plants, and they would prepare those in a way so that they would be available for eating during the winter months. So the Inuits were not a plant-free diet, and they ate plenty of liver.
Yeah, and they also ate brains of seals.
Yeah.
But some carnivore influencers, I'm not going to name any names, claimed that the Inuits really didn't eat organ meats, and that some scientists or some person that traveled there and had interviews with these Inuits supposedly exposed the myth that they ate organs or something. I kind of forgot the name of that person, but that these people reference. But I looked at this myself, and this is nonsense. They definitely ate organs of seals and different animals. But yeah, so we talked about the deforestation. Then there's also the antibiotic resistance stuff, Ryan. As I would say, the last major thing that we should talk about this live stream. So let's talk about the antibiotic resistance. I mean, this is an issue, but vegans do misrepresent it to some extent. So let me pull something up here. So this comes from the Federation of Veterinarians, right? They list a bunch of myths that are associated with antibiotics and animal agriculture. Myth number 3, there's a high risk that people become ill as a result of antibiotic resistance developed in animals and transferred to humans. Fact, people may believe that antibiotic resistant bacteria are transferred by animals to humans, but in reality, a complex and rare sequence of events would have to occur for this to be the case, making the transfer of resistant bacteria from animals to humans a rare occurrence. Additionally, transfer of resistant bacteria may happen also from humans to animals. Myth number 4, antimicrobial resistance in humans is the result of overuse of antibiotics in animals. Fact, the mechanisms of development of antibiotic resistance in bacteria is the same in humans and in animals. Misuse or overuse of antibiotics in humans and in animals may lead to the development of resistance in bacteria, while transfer of antibiotic resistance genes between species might happen occasionally and towards both directions. Therefore, banning certain antibiotics for use in animals will have little effect on human antimicrobial resistance burden. This is acknowledged by many scientific bodies and authorities, which have stated that about 75% of the total burden of infections with antibiotic resistance bacteria in the EU and EEA countries are associated with human patients and healthcare settings. Other main drivers include the lack of access to clean water, sanitation, and hygiene for both humans and animals, poor access to good quality, affordable medicine, vaccines, and diagnostics, the lack of awareness and information, and the lack of enforcement of legislation. Banning certain antibiotics for use in animals may have a contra effect, dependence on few only antibiotics for the treatment of infections in animals will increase the selective pressure to bacteria and foster the selection for antibiotic resistant organisms, thus leading to the opposite effect. So what we just learned from the Federation of Veterinarians of Europe is that the vast majority of infections from antibiotic resistance bacteria are not related to animal agriculture, but are from human usage, basically, of antibiotics.
Yeah.
Okay. So this vegan nonsense, this fear-mongering about animal agriculture and resistance to plagues and bacteria and viruses and all of that is utter nonsense. Utter fear-mongering nonsense, basically. And there's also this fact, right? Use of antibiotics in animals is decreasing. Use of antibiotics has decreased and is now lower in food-producing animals than in humans, says the latest report published by the European Food Safety Authority. So yeah, this is about the European Union. So the use of antibiotics is lower in animals than in humans in the European Union, and globally it is also decreasing, right? New report reveals global decrease in antimicrobial use in animals. Global antimicrobial use in animals has declined by 13% in 3 years. And also what these vegans will never, ever tell you about this issue is that there's a substantial amount of antibiotics also used on crops. New study reveals use of antibiotics on crops is more widespread than previously thought. The new research has an analysis of more than 436,000 records from plant-wise plant clinics in 32 countries between 2012 to 2018. It reveals that antibiotics, some of which are considered critically important for human medicine, are being recommended for use on over 100 crops, and in some cases on copious quantities and as prophylactic treatments. And there's also this article here, Growing Resistance, How Plant Agriculture Contributes to Antimicrobial Resistance. Fruit, fungus, and farms. The research group visited markets and orchards in Delhi and across northern India. In total, they collected 84 fruits and all grown on trees. Those included 62 apples, 20 of which had been picked from orchards and 42 of which had been purchased from a market. Some of these orchards used organic farming methods, others didn't. The researchers tested samples from the surfaces of the fruits and found fungal species on all of them. On 8 out of 62 apples, representing 13% of the sample, they found pathogenic, drug-resistant strain of C. aureus. This fungus can cause severe infections, and because it
What happened?
92 hospitalizations in the United States related to C. aureus. Researchers from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Preservation found a mortality rate of 34%. So not only are the vegans totally fear-mongering about antibiotic resistance in animal agriculture, but they're underrepresenting, or they're not talking about antibiotic resistance and fungal infections in crop agriculture, which seems to be connected to dangerous infections. So yeah, I think this is pretty much that, right? This is pretty much case closed on that.
Yep. Yeah, that's case closed. I've got some stuff I've got to tend to here, or I'm going to keep having to run off. So let's cut it off here and pick up where we left off as soon as we can on our next live stream.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can do that. I actually wanted to react to some video, maybe, or to some videos, maybe next stream.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this was very productive, I think. We covered a lot of vegan propaganda today. I think this was probably one of the most informative streams in terms of the amount of data that was shared and in terms of the points covered.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Also, quickly,
I wish I could stay for a couple more hours, but I just can't tonight. I've got some livestock issues, and I'm gonna have to if I was to go get this taken care of, I wouldn't be. I'd be gone for way too long. So
yeah. Although there seems to be a vegan in the comments here, I just want to quickly respond to that. What this
Sure.
vegan here says, like, seems that bivalves are, and probably shrimp are, the vegan way. No, they're not. They're not vegan at all. We showed at the beginning a video which counters that. and livestock involve higher conscious level beings. Yeah, but the crop agriculture kills also higher conscious beings, such as deer and rabbits and all kinds of other animals that have similar level of consciousness or sentience than livestock. So
Well, they don't use cows to do animal intelligence research with mazes and stuff like that. They use rats and mice because they're so much more intelligent than cows. And the number of rats and mice that are killed in the monocropping agriculture is so large that they can't even count them. They can't even keep track of those numbers.
yeah. By the way, I will share a video in the chat that looks at this bivalves issue, because some vegan wants to know wants to know about the bivalves, right?
Right.
So here's a video that you might want to look at. No Snivels doesn't have any points. We already destroyed him on each and every one of these points. Okay, and you can be there next stream, front up to the discussion. You know. By the way, Garland, can you post that video from the private chat?
Oh, yeah.
It's about the claim that bivalves are not sentient. Yeah, they do seem to be sentient though. So they're not vegan actually. And this video is made by a vegan, which, you know, so.
Okay, I linked it.
Yeah, just watch this video on the bivalves.
If you would like to continue speaking, I can leave the live stream going for a while. I just won't be able to put your articles up on the screen and stuff.
The depends, like, is it 10 minutes or?
No, it's it could be 10 minutes, but it probably will be more like 30.
Yeah, that's a bit too long. And yeah, just a quick response. Did you guys take up on whether a human is more valuable than an insect? Doesn't matter. Why should it matter again? I mean, again, if you actually watched the whole stream, you would know why insects matter. And that's also for humans, by the way. So I don't care about your ethical nonsense, about your pseudo-ethical argument. You know, if you think human survival matters, then you should be for insect survival. Okay, if you don't care about insects, yeah, I do care about ethics, but if you don't care about insects, you don't care about ethics. You don't care about whether or not humans should survive or not. And we have clearly explained why this is.
Yeah,
okay,
go to
AP.
the beginning. In the beginning of this live stream, we covered why insects matter.
Yeah, extensively.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the 2 a.m. vegan is not an authority. Yeah, he is not, but his video is very convincing, and he references a lot of authorities. So again, is a human more valuable than an insect? Just shut the fuck up, you idiot. We have clearly explained why insects are valuable. Okay? Because of human survival. The very crops that you eat depend on insects, you fucking moron. Okay? Stop with this bullshit. Jesus. A cow's more valuable than an insect. Yeah, shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot.
And that same vegan, try eating a spoonful of honey in front of that vegan and see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think they even care about that anymore, but you just don't understand veganism. Yeah, I mean, I cannot be, be stooping down that level. Yeah. I have to lose half of my IQ points to understand or to get into the dumb mindset of vegans. Yeah. Into the brain deadness of that. Yeah. Fucking idiots, man.
Yep.
Like, look into the great leap forward and the great Chinese famine. And then you see where your bullshit leads us.
I'm going to let you rant for a minute. I got to step out.
All right. Being vegan isn't necessarily plant-based. Yeah, okay. Wow. Yeah, okay. Go eat your bivalves. Then, if you think that's vegan, I think the evidence is actually against that. You know? Yeah, Christina means like bivalves and fucking, I don't know. You know, the amount of animals that they just label non-sentient and non-morally relevant, even though they never consider like ecological downstream effects of just eradicating these animals or using them for food, and what kind of effects this would have on other sentient animals, right? That they supposedly care about. So I don't know, man. I just fucking hate this picking and choosing of animal. Oh yeah, this animals matters, this doesn't matter. Like, even though the whole food webs of animals depend on each other, and also we humans depend on the food webs that animals provide. So it's simple. I don't care about what you value. I don't have to value what you value. You clown. You're the clown. It's not arbitrary. Yeah, it is arbitrary because you don't know whether or not an animal is 100% sentient or not. Can you look into that animal? You make up shit. Okay, whatever, man. I mean, vegans are very quick to label, oh yeah, this animal is sentient and this other animal is not sentient. This animal matters and this doesn't. Have you researched every single animal that you label as non-sentient? Have you researched that intensively? Are you all biologists, biology experts? Oh yeah, the insects, they're not sentient because I said so. I have Googled it for 5 minutes and I determined that they don't matter because I Googled it for 5 minutes. Hey clown, veganism wouldn't exist if all humans consume was bivalves. Okay, first of all, can you even provide evidence that you can live on just bivalves? And can you also show me the evidence what kind of effects this would have on the ecosystem, like whether or not it's actually sustainable to just eat freaking bivalves? Can you also show me the evidence that bivalves are not sentient? Because there seems to be indication that they are sentient, actually. If you actually looked at that video that we've posted in the chat, which references evidence to that effect. So, and yeah. Oh my God, man. I'm just so tired of arguing with these idiots, man. But I think it's a sign of desperation, because if the crop deaths issue wasn't a thing, then they wouldn't talk about, oh yeah, maybe we can eat bivalves. Like, they wouldn't make up this mental gymnastics. You can get mercury poisoning from consuming too many bivalves. Apparently, I have to look into that, but this might be the case. A lot of seafood, unfortunately, is contaminated. So just living on bivalves doesn't seem to be a good idea. But yeah, man, I don't have to argue with clowns like AP. What does this even mean? Can you demonstrate veganism would exist if all humans consume bivalves? Like, what the fuck does this even mean? And again, the thing is that vegans just say, oh yeah, bivalves, they're not sentient, without any evidence. They're just claiming that, as if they were some kind of experts. Apparently all vegans are experts in biology. No, you're not. Where is the evidence that bivalves are not sentient? And where's the evidence that we can just live all on bivalves and nothing else? This is just ridiculous. And where's also the evidence that this wouldn't have ecological repercussions? I'm pretty sure it would, actually. Vegans always say, I value this, I value that. Yeah, who cares? I don't have to value what you value. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what you value, vegans. You know, what you value and what I value might not be the same thing. And if you value only like sentience, or sentience that is close to human sentience, or that is in that direction, and all the other animals, they can just be destroyed in the quadrillions, like the insects, and eradicated, then this shows me that what you value is completely stupid. Because even if those insects were not sentient, they still matter for the humans and the animals that are sentient. So your whole ideology is absolute crap. It's absolute bullshit. If you value the lives of humans and cows and pigs and chickens, you also have to value the lives of the insects that pollinate the plants that the humans, the cows, and the chickens depend upon, as well as all the other animals depend upon, and the vegetation that is necessary for the Earth's climate, etc. So your ideology is just absolute bullshit, absolute crap. You know, what about elephant slaughterhouses? Like, AP is just a troll. Like, why are you just dishing out random nonsense like that? My ideology is absolutely psychopathic, says the guy that only animals matter if they're as intelligent as cows, and all the other animals don't matter. Okay. But you see, this is why vegans want to always talk about ethics all the time and philosophy, because a lot of ethics and philosophy is very subjective. It's what you value is very subjective. AP attempts to do the name the trade bullshit. I can give you the name the trade on crop agriculture. Like, would you be okay with? Would you be okay, or would you find it ethical to poison humans? Are you okay with mass poisoning humans? Or violently displacing humans? AP, you don't understand that asking a question is not the same as establishing a point. Okay, you do understand that, right? You're basically claiming that eating meat or farming animals for meat is the same as cannibalism. This is basically what you're implying, right? But this is not proving anything. This is making a claim, which you would have to prove. The burden of evidence on that is on you to provide that human cannibalism is the same as eating meat from animals. So if you want to claim that, then the burden of proof would be on you to demonstrate that this is the same. Okay? Humans are animals. Stop saying humans. No, I'm going to say humans whenever I want. Fucking moron. You cannot stop me from saying anything. Look, I don't care about your name the trade bullshit or your ethical nonsense, because ethics are a spook in your imagination that you subjectively make up on the spot. You know, it's abstract nonsense. What would actually happen in reality, we have seen in history. Okay? We have actual physical, practical, real world evidence that your bullshit ideology doesn't work. No, that's not more ethical according to me, because I have not talked about humans, have I? Brian? Yeah, numbers of what, though? Again, vegans are trying to equate livestock farming with cannibalism, right? But they haven't made an argument for that. They're just asking whether or not it's the same, or they're just proclaiming that it's somehow the same. Based on what evidence, though? Based on what argument? You equate insects with cows and elephants. No, I didn't. When did I do that? No, I didn't. When did I do that exactly? No, the quantification, we're not saying that crop agriculture is more immoral because more animals are dying. We are saying it's a fact that more animals are dying, right? Quantifying deaths is just naming a factual statement, right? Whether or not you think that's more immoral or not, that's on you, pretty much. That's subjective. I personally think that killing quadrillions of insects is immoral. If a large portion of that is not really justifiable. A lot of crops that are used for like vegan junk food, stuff like that. Then you see quadrillions of insects dying. I'm just thinking, is that really necessary? Is there not a better way? But the numbers argument is also related to sustainability. And it's not sustainable what you're proposing here, AP, whether you like that or not. What is more probable, vegans looking into crop deaths or non-vegans looking into crop deaths? Well, given that the vast majority of crop death arguments are done by non-vegans or anti-vegans, such as myself or Garland Farms, and vegans pretty much have only talked about crop deaths as a reaction when we brought it up, or people like us brought it up, or people like Ted Nugent brought it up, then yeah, vegans really don't give a shit about crop deaths. They don't give a shit about it. And by the way, it's not just insects that are dying in crop agriculture. It's all kinds of animals. It's a large quantity of different kinds of animals, plus humans even. At least 14 million since the 1960s related to pesticide suicide, for example. 14 million. And we can also count in the deaths that happened under Mao during the For Pest campaign. You know, they intentionally eradicated the sparrows and the flies and mosquitoes. And some of these insects are due to, or were used as crop protection. You're a talker, not a thinker. Okay, whatever. You're not really engaging. I am engaging. What the fuck are you talking about? Again, you're trying to equate cannibalism with livestock agriculture. You have not provided any evidence for that. So, and you're not engaging either with actual physical evidence that we provided throughout this live stream. Okay? You just want to stay in the abstract world of more subjective ethics. Oh, I value this, I value that. I equate livestock with humans, and then I can make the evil carnage look really terrible. That's all you're doing, pretty much. Which is not making an argument. It's just begging the question. What is more probable? Vegans care? I already answered that. You fucking idiot. Take the soybeans out of your ears. I already answered that. Based on the anecdotal data that I've witnessed, yeah, it's not vegans that are really looking into this. I mean, the amount of pushback and the amount of mental gymnastics whenever crop deaths are brought up when vegans are around is staggering. So you're not caring about the crop deaths issue one bit. I don't believe you on that. If you actually cared, you would be like, okay, yeah, I mean, crop agriculture really does kill more animals and different kinds of animals, and slowly also kills those animals. It's not just instantaneously, but very slowly and brutally, different kinds of methods. And it's also unsustainable. So you would be taking a step back and think to yourself, man, maybe those evil carnists have a point. But no, you're instantly evading and going into this, oh, so you want to farm humans? Nonsense, of course. You're referring to all vegans, right? All vegans are guilty, right? This is also another bullshit position. I mean, you say to me, I'm not a thinker, and you're making up these straw man arguments, and you're a retard. Or you're dishonest. Pick one of those two. I'm not even going to answer that question because I feel like feeding the troll is not something that I want to do. It's like these vegans are always saying, oh, are all vegans responsible for all of crop agriculture? We are just 1% of the population. It's on that level pretty much. You just don't want to engage seriously. Yeah, then say something that is worth engaging with. How about that? How about that, AP? Say something that's actually worth engaging with. So again, let me just lay out the facts again. Just a quick rundown, right? And this is just outside of the area of abstract philosophy and fucking subjective ethics and all this horse shit, right? This is physical reality that we're talking about here, right? Actual reality, okay? So most crops are grown for human consumption, okay? Food crops have the majority of pesticide footprint, especially fruits. The available data that takes into account nutrition shows that this kind of crop agriculture would increase in a vegan situation. And likewise, the food consumption and the pesticide footprints. Pesticides kill the most animals on this planet. Way more than in animal agriculture. That would increase in a vegan world. Okay? And yes, most of those deaths are insects, but it's not just insects. But even if it was just insects, let's say that hypothetically, it will still matter because those insects are important for human survival and animal survival. Okay? We cannot afford eradicating all those insects. It leads to food security issues. It leads to environmental issues. It leads to climate issues. It is not sustainable. It is not something that we can afford to do. We have to reduce that. We have to stop that. It's that simple. Those are the facts. at hand. Okay? And those are the things that I value, right? Value human survival, and I value that we don't destroy our planet. That's what I value. And your little name the trade game, again, the same can be played for your for crop agriculture, right? Same can be done, but it's not proving any points. It's basically a begging the question fallacy. That's what it is. You're begging the question of whether or not human slavery or human cannibalism is the same as animal agriculture. You're just begging the question on that. If you want to claim that this is so, you would have to prove that. And good luck with that. And by the way, speaking of evading and all of that, like, can you name a vegan that has been vegan throughout all stages of life? Like, can some vegan finally name that vegan that has been vegan from pregnancy until death, and that lived a relatively long and healthy life? Can you name that vegan, let alone a group of such vegans, or let alone a tribe of such vegans, or a nation of such vegans? Can anybody name that vegan? No vegan that I asked this question could name me even one case of such a vegan. And here's the thing, right? Some vegans say, oh, how would you know that they're vegan throughout all stages of life? This is unfalsifiable, or whatever. But here's the thing about that. If there was such a vegan, if there was really a vegan and has been vegan throughout all stages of life, right? If there was such an example, vegans would scream that example from the rooftops. This would be on every major vegan news outlet. This would be, people would push that into our face nonstop. This vegan example that I'm talking about. There would be news articles on vegan websites all over the place if such a vegan existed, let alone a vegan family like that, or a vegan nation like that, or anything like that. There would be articles after articles after articles just full of covering this, like, oh, here's this vegan that has been vegan from birth until death, and he lived 90 years or over 100 years or even 85 years or whatever, and he has been so healthy. Look at this shows that a vegan diet is possible and healthy and blah blah blah. There would be such articles, right? We all know that there would be such articles. I mean, the same thing they do with oh, the world's strongest man is a vegan or a vegetarian or something, like they claimed, with this like vegan bodybuilder. I forgot his name. Right? They would scream these types of cases from the rooftops if there was such an example of a vegan and has been vegan throughout all stages of life. But the reason why they're not doing that is because such an example does not exist. There has never been a vegan throughout a human lifespan. Period. It's that simple. Yeah, he was some Iranian guy, I think. Yeah. I think his name was Baboumian or something. But yeah, so those are the kinds of cases that vegans would never say, vegans would never say, oh, how do you know that he was really a vegan? He could be a secret carnist. Like, they're not really skeptical there, right? So what they do is, if there's such an example, they immediately go public with that. They immediately propagate these kinds of cases, right? Vegan success stories and stuff like that. But when it comes to the vegan that has been vegan throughout all stages of life, at least from pregnancy until death, the reason why they're not screaming such a case from the rooftop is because such a case does not exist. It's that simple. And probably never will exist. Because the diet is lacking in nutrition, especially the kind of nutrition that you need during pregnancy and that you need during fetal development and childhood, etc. Brain growth, brain development. There are all kinds of nutrients that you need that are more available and sometimes only available in animal foods, not in plants. And yes, there are a couple of so-called born vegans, couple of examples, but there are no examples of vegans that are vegan during pregnancy and that live their whole lifespan vegan. Eric Green said, more like they can't get away lying about such a vegan existing. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they would do that, but it would be found out eventually. And don't get me even started on vegan cheating rates, because there are a lot of vegans that cheat. I've seen data of at least 40 to 50% of vegans in a survey of 1,700 people cheating, eating some eggs, eating some cheese, you know. So there's definitely a large portion of vegans that are not actually vegan. And I also don't consider the vegans that eat bivalves, I don't consider them to be vegans. There is evidence that bivalves are sentient. a lot of vegan influencers get caught eating eggs, fish, etc. Yeah, exactly. Then there's also a lot of ex-vegans. Then there's vegan quit rate of 84%. 84% quit rate. There are more ex-vegans than there are current vegans. I mean, this is ridiculous. But they want to tell us all of humanity has to live on this diet. A diet that clearly has issues. Where there's not one example of a human being ever trying that on a human lifespan. It's not tried and tested. I mean, this is just they think that what they're proposing is so ethical. Like all of humanity has to go vegan. Meanwhile, there's not even one vegan that actually exists that has tried that on a human lifespan, or that actually survived the diet on a human lifespan. Again, this is like saying we have to replace all cars that we currently drive with some made up car that someone invented, but this car has never been safe checked. This car has never been driven. But we have to replace all cars with that car that has never been tried on a micro level. But we have to implement it already as soon as possible on a macro level. See how insane that is? Or this is like some medication, some new medication that is invented, right? And we all have to take that. But is it actually tested on a micro level, on an individual human being? No, but we are sure it works in theory. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, what is this bullshit? These vegans are insane. They want us to adopt a whole new food system and a whole new diet that is not tried and tested. Not even on a small scale. Yeah, I mean, about the bivalves, I mean, the thing is, here's the thing with bivalves and also the insects. Again, I mean, if there's something contested, right? If the sentience is what matters, right? If the sentience is what matters for morality, right? But sentience of bivalves or insects is uncertain or up for debate, right? Wouldn't it be better to not harm them? And I mean, err on the side of caution, right? Instead of just going ahead and harm them because, well, we don't know, they're probably not sentient. I mean, we're not sure, but there's no evidence for it yet. Like, but absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? So the least harm principle, or the first do no harm principle, is to leave these animals alone as much as possible, right? So, I mean, if all these vegans, so-called vegans that consume bivalves, if one day a study comes out that absolutely definitively proves that bivalves are sentient, and they feel pain and are, let's say, as smart as a cow. Let's say a study came out that says that, or that shows that, then all this time these so-called vegans would have done something that they would themselves consider unethical, right? So, yeah, I mean, if they were really concerned about ethics and sentience and all of that, they wouldn't just consume bivalves if they're not 100% sure if bivalves are sentient, and whether or not they are sentient is, like I said, up for debate. And actually, there is evidence that they are sentient. I mean, we posted a video which goes into that and references all kinds of scientific evidence for that, actually. So, again, vegans, if they actually care about doing the least harm, they shouldn't just be so readily just, oh yeah, this animal absolutely 100%, I know for sure that it is not sentient. I mean, I just know that, I Googled it for 5 minutes, so I know that 100%. I looked it up, I know that now, so it's good. No, I mean, be a bit more careful if there's like a gray area, right? Try asking a vegan if a high sentient AI has more value than a human. That is a good question. If all that matters is sentience, then yeah, that is indeed a very good question. I mean, there are some vegans who would give AI human rights or something. I mean, but it's I don't know, it's just, I mean, human rights are human rights. That's why they're called human rights. And from what I can tell, rights are there to regulate human behavior in human societies. So, it's not necessarily, I mean, I would have to see some argument why this should be extendable to other beings. Like, why should a animal have human rights if human rights also mean rights to vote, for example? Like, why would we extend only some human rights but not all of them to animals then? If they would say that, oh, of course animals don't have the right to vote or something, or whatever. I think there's also, I mean, if we look at the human rights defined by the United Nations, I think there's also, if I remember correctly, there's probably also the right to welfare or something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, there are all sorts of human rights that make it clear that extending that to animals is just absurd. And then there's also the right to be protected from genocide. This is also a human right. So if vegans want to expand human rights to animals, then this must also include the right to be protected from genocide. But as we as we see, the crop deaths drives animals to extinction. So the vegans would again violate their own ethics with that, right? It's just not consistent, really. The vegans always say, "Oh, we are so consistent." No, you're not consistent at all. Actually, you're very inconsistent, extremely inconsistent. Actually, it's a pick and choose, arbitrary thing that vegans engage in. It's literally feel good and post hoc justification and rationalization of feel good pseudo ethics. It's that simple. Human rights exist for the benefit of humans. Animal rights that are detrimental to humans shouldn't exist. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even call it animal rights. I would say animal welfare laws. Because rights in themselves are a human invention, a human construct, a social construction that humans made up or that we agreed to. It's not applicable to animals. Rights are not applicable to animals. They don't have rights. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't care about their welfare. I think we should care about their welfare. For empathetic reasons, I would say that most humans are empathetic towards animals, and thus we have animal welfare laws, right? And laws against animal cruelty and stuff like that. However, empathy is not endless. This is also another thing. Just because we shouldn't needlessly torture animals doesn't mean that a carnivorous species such as the human species, because we are carnivores, this doesn't mean that we cannot pursue our natural diet, which includes animals. So I don't see why we should just abuse our own species for the benefit of other species. You know, we shouldn't do that. What protects cows, chickens, and pigs from genocide is that they're livestock. No threat of going extinct when you're a commodity. Well, the thing is that vegans, they want to expand human rights to animals, but human rights, according to the United Nations, is also to be protected from genocide. So if we want to expand the protection of animals from genocide, but simultaneously we depend upon crop agriculture, or vegans depend upon crop agriculture, which drives animals towards extinction, then they would violate their own ethics. You know, it's ridiculous. Yeah, animal rights is not compatible with all sorts of things. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is animal rights is just some bullshit, incoherent concept. The thing about veganism is just when it comes to these ethics debates, it's all about just trying to make the meat eater look as horrible as possible. It's not actually some argument that they're leveling, really. It's just comparing animal farming with human cannibalism or something, or with human farming, or equating these things. And they say that, or they're making it out to be like this replaces an actual argument, which it doesn't. Just begging the question, are these two things similar in some way? Or are these things the same even? It's begging the question. You would have to provide the argument and the evidence for that if you want to make that claim. And the name the trade is just a moral consistency test. It's not a replacement for an argument. And we can run the name the trade also on the vegan side, like on the crop agriculture side. Yeah, they don't want to come to terms with the crop deaths issue because they know that this destroys their whole ideology, pretty much. They want to twist and turn and bend over backwards and do all sorts of mental gymnastics to avoid crop deaths I mean, they have many tactics that they employ when talking about crop deaths. They say most crops are for the animals, which is not true. So when you debunk that, they say, oh, but what about the pasture? And when you debunk that and point out the pastures don't use a lot of pesticides and they're not really managed, or most of them are not managed, they're not contributing to crop deaths all that much. They say, but what about the wild animal predation that goes on the grasslands? We have to compare the death that goes on the grasslands versus the death that goes on the arable crop land. And you see there's more predation on the grasslands, so all this nonsense. Like, we're talking about human-induced deaths, humans killing animals. We're not talking about wild animals killing each other. So that's just bullshit, right? And then there is also what these vegans in the chat try to do. oh, you value an insect more than a cow or something, that sort of thing. And then, of course, the name the trade thing, or the equation of human cannibalism and animal agriculture. All sorts of nonsense. I mean, the crop deaths issue is just a major, massive mask off moment for veganism. It's just a mask off moment. Like, vegans, at the beginning, they have always claimed, oh yeah, we care about the animals, and what happens to the animals is terrible. They're wearing that mask, like, oh yeah, what we support is cruelty free. We care about animal cruelty. We are fighting for the animals. And then when you bring up crop deaths, then the mask is off, and then you see the ugly face of veganism that actually doesn't care about these animals, and actually cares only about the animals that humans eat and require and acquire essential nutrition from. But all these other animals, they don't matter. Yeah, Christina, what you're describing there is common sense to anyone with a brain. Although they would say that, oh, most soy and corn is for the animals, which is not true. And most crops in general are not for the animals, and crops or monocropping would increase in a vegan scenario, even counting in the animal feed crops. But yeah, those things like animal deaths from the loss of habitat, and the insects and all these other wild animals, they just say that this is justified, or it's not an issue. I mean, the empathy that they have for the animals is just zero. But again, this is why I think the crop deaths argument is so important, because it's a major mask off moment for veganism. They cannot. I mean, nobody who knows and understands the crop deaths issue, nobody should really take vegans seriously anymore. They are not these friendly animal lovers that they portray themselves as. I mean, the animal deaths that are going on in crop agriculture are so brutal that YouTube age restricted one of my videos showing the footage of that. I showed I did a video on Joey Carbstrong's documentary called Pignorant, and he claims to care about pigs, right? But he doesn't really care about the pigs that are, or the wild hogs that are killed in crop agriculture. And I showed footage of the wild hogs killed by crop agriculture. I've showed footage of that, not just killed, but confined in cages and traps, right? Because vegans always say, oh, the animals that in animal agriculture, they're in cages. Well, they're also in cages in crop agriculture. And they're slamming themselves against these cage walls in order to escape. And they're screaming. And the guns that are used to, or the gunshots that are used to kill the wild hogs, they're not killing those wild hogs sometimes immediately. Sometimes it takes a while until the wild hogs are dead. And they slowly bleed out. And sometimes the wild hogs are exploded with tannerite explosives around the crop field. Sometimes the wild hogs are just mowed down with miniguns. I've shown all of that footage in my video, and it got age restricted. This is how bad it is. But vegans want to say, "Oh, watch vegan propaganda documentaries. Watch I don't know, Dominion or whatever." Right? This vegan documentary. I mean, the thing is that I mean, I have not seen that many vegan documentaries, and I have not seen Dominion. But if there is any animal abuse, like intentional animal abuse going on in animal agriculture, it is not systematic. It is not, it has to be an outlier. And the reason for that is the intentional animal torture would be inefficient in animal agriculture. It would not lead to an efficient production system, right? So anytime some vegan footage of some animal mistreatment in some animal agriculture facility is shown in some vegan documentary or whatever, it's probably going to be either cherry picked or faked or misrepresented in some way. And I'm not saying everything is perfect in animal agriculture, but they do have an incentive to not systematically just torture these animals. They have an incentive to actually not do that in animal agriculture. But when it comes to crop agriculture, they don't have that incentive. The slow deaths the pesticides do to the mammals is especially horrific. Yeah, exactly. I mean, vegans don't care about that, though. They say all of that is justified because those animals, they are trespassing on the property. And thus, everything is justified. Everything. You know, no moral consideration whatsoever. As long as it is to protect the strawberries and to protect the watermelons, everything is allowed, pretty much. That is the vegan argument, basically. We can poison the air and we can contaminate the drinking water. As long as it's for the strawberries, then it's ethical. What happened to Garland? He has something to do on his farm, but he's coming back soon. So in the meantime, I'm talking and we're talking about various issues. But yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous if you want to make this property protection argument. It's not the case that you can just do whatever you want to protect your property. You cannot contaminate the whole area like that just to protect your property. Yeah, the vegan says, if an animal trespasses on the crops I eat, we can torture the animals. This is what vegans are saying. Actually, no, it's actually worse than that. What the vegans are actually saying is, if an animal trespasses on the crops I eat, we can torture these animals however we like. We can do whatever we want with those animals. This is basically what the vegans are saying. We can massacre those animals in the quadrillions, slowly and painfully. We can drive them into extinctions for food that that itself is being poisoned by the very method with which we protect the crops. Amazing, isn't it? That's the mental issue. That's the mental retardation that we are dealing with here. The vegan issue, AI issue, fempocalypse. Do you mean by fempocalypse like feminism? Or is there something specific that you're referencing here? And what do you mean by AI issue? When it comes to AI, I'm not an expert on AI, but I think that there's also a lot of fear mongering about AI. I'm not sure if it is warranted to be that's sort of worried about AI. I mean, okay, it probably has its risks, but AI is taking over jobs. Yeah, that is definitely true. And that is definitely a problem. But at the same time, it's probably also creating jobs. So I'm not sure if this is a net positive or negative, or if it cancels out. I'm not sure. I'm not saying AI isn't an issue. It probably has also very negative impacts, but some people make it out to be like this AI overlord is coming that is gonna destroy humanity or whatever. I'm not sure about that. I think the human brain is super complex and it's very hard to replicate. I don't think we have the capacity to really model an intelligence that is remotely as creative and as deep as the human intelligence. But I don't know. I'm not an expert. And yeah, feminism is very evil as well. And I see it linked actually with veganism. A lot of veganism is sort of also pushed by this idea that basically by ecofeminism, by this idea that men are bad for the environment and that eating meat is associated with men and so-called patriarchy, and then we need to sort of do things more like women or behave or relate to the world more like women, and men are sort of stigmatized with being these like environmental destroyers. This is all interconnected, really. It's part of this anti-male paradigm, this eco-feminist vegan anti-male paradigm. It feeds into that, definitely. The trespassing argument is so stupid because the animals that are trespassing likely had their habitats destroyed for the crops on a vegan menu. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the it's like a thief that steals your wallet, and then if you try to take it back, then the thief says, "Oh, I'm protecting my property." That's basically like that. It's like, or even if you don't want to frame it like that, because one of the vegans that we debated last stream said that animals cannot, they don't have any conception of property, so they cannot be stolen from, or you cannot steal from animals, so therefore displacing them is sort of justified or something. But the thing is, displacing them means also killing a lot of these animals. Like, it's a very violent process. It's not just a simple act of stealing. Imagine a social credit score, feminism and veganism nightmare. Yeah, I mean, this might be the world we're heading towards. I mean, there's some. I mean, Denmark wants to introduce the meat tax, but I think that this will be. This basically like the first step to get the foot into the door. Basically, there's going to be more. If animals can't have property, then they can't have rights. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that homeless people, they don't have property as well. I mean, they don't own the land that they're dwelling on or that they're living on. But I'm pretty sure, or at least I hope, that vegans wouldn't say that it is ethical to violently displace homeless people, and violently displacing means with gun power, with firepower, for example, or with a huge with the same force that they displaced the animals in wild animal habitat. They wouldn't sign off on that either. Right. Yeah, they're saying that animals don't have conception of property rights, so you cannot steal from them. And thus destroying their wild animal habitat is sort of justified or something. But this is, I mean, even if we would grant the property rights thing, like I said, a homeless person also doesn't own the lands that they live on. So, but we cannot do whatever we want to that person, right? We cannot force them off this land with deadly force, right? Or at least I would hope that this is not seen as ethical. Also, what he did during this whole debate, is actually that he strawmanned us, because he wants to say, oh, you say crop deaths justifies dog fighting, right? But the thing is, we never said that crop deaths is an argument in defense of eating meat. We never said crop deaths, therefore eating meat is justified or something. That was never our argument, really. The crop deaths issue basically says, look, the crop deaths argument means there is no initial burden of proof on either side, because both the animal based and the plant-based diets are killing animals, right? So to then just pick and choose and say the animal eater is immoral would be arbitrary, or you would have to explain why the animal eater is more immoral. So, I mean, he basically said that eating meat is just entertainment, or it's just taste pleasure until proven otherwise, until proven that it's necessary. But the same thing could be said of plants and all the other food items that he consumes. So I mean, if this is the argument, then it's really arbitrary. You know, the vegan argument is arbitrary. That is one of the first layers of the crop deaths argument, is saying, look, given that both these diets kill animals, that basically renders the vegan position in the first instance arbitrary, because you're just picking and choosing and saying, oh, but what the meat eater does is immoral, that he kills animals. But our killing of animals is not immoral because, yeah, whatever, right? It's arbitrary. So that's the first layer of the crop deaths argument. And the second one is just factually stating who kills more animals. Because this might be of value to some people, but also it is a sustainability issue. To kill all these animals is a sustainability issue. So those are basically like the 3 layers, more or less, of the crop deaths argument. And he basically just took it to mean, look, the crop deaths argument is some justification for eating meat, and that's why he compared it to dog fighting, as if we were saying crop deaths justifies dog fighting or something, which is nonsense. We never said that. Who strawmanned you? The person that we debated last stream called Nick the Anti-Carnist. Or actually, it wasn't really a debate. It was more like a discussion. Although vegans would probably say it was a debate. But the thing about debates is debates are actually planned. They're not spontaneous, actually. They have rules, actually. Debate rules. They usually have a moderator. They have a debate proposition. They are planned in advance, and the references are exchanged beforehand. And there are rules to the debate. This is actually a debate. So all these vegan encounters that we had on live streams here were not actually debates. Even though vegans probably think they are debates or something. Actually, no. It's nonsense. They're discussions, confrontational discussions. That's what they are. Didn't he admit that he doesn't care about crop deaths? I think I don't know if he said that didn't care about crop deaths, but it's just very clear that he doesn't. Like most vegans don't think it means anything. That's the thing. They think that it's not ethically relevant, really. They think that it's either they have this weird thinking of, okay, since we farm animals, that is somehow worse than driving animals into extinction for whatever reason. You know, they think that the act of farming is what makes it immoral, but they're not really explaining why. I mean, they make this like, okay, they always have this saying, oh, you bring these animals into existence. This is like the phrase that they use. But here's why this is bullshit, because we don't really bring these animals into existence, actually. they bring themselves into existence, and we are just basically facilitating that. I mean, we are interfering with their evolution, yes, but we're not really bringing them out of into existence. Like, we're not snapping our fingers and then a billion cows appeared out of thin air. Like, this is not how it works. There is evidence that similar herbivore densities existed on this planet even before animal agriculture. So this indicates that these numbers of animals would exist regardless of animal agriculture. We are just interfering with their evolution. I mean, they wouldn't exist in this particular form that they exist now. They would be looking different. They would be different, right? If we hadn't interfered with them, but this doesn't mean that we are just creating new animals out of thin air or something. Like, this is just ridiculous. I mean, I had a debate with the Nutrivore, which was an actual debate, and this was actually my first debate ever, and it was about crop deaths. And the whole argument, or the whole counter argument that the Nutrivore basically made was, since the vegan consumption habits are driving animals like insects, for example, towards extinction, that means that in the long run there are less extinctions that can be trapped in predator-prey cycles, and thus in the long run there are less animal deaths because less are in this predator-prey cycle. And the predator-prey cycle, like, new animals get born and then they get eaten and then they get born and then they get eaten. This could be like infinite, basically. This is like the potential. This is basically the Nutrivore response to the crop deaths argument. But the thing about that is not addressing the issue, because we're talking about human induced deaths. We're talking about humans killing animals. We're not talking about animals killing each other in the wild, unrelated to human doing, right? So this deflection, basically, this is basically a non sequitur. This is basically a distraction. When we're talking about crop deaths, we're talking about animals that are killed by humans. So counting in animals eating each other on grassland or whatever, or in a forest, and saying, look, you didn't drive those animals into extinction, therefore you're responsible for their deaths or something that are happening naturally. It's ridiculous. I mean, by that logic, we would be responsible for literally every death, animal death, because we have not nuked the planet yet, right? Every animal death that occurs in the wild is because we have not nuked the planet yet. So we're responsible for every single animal death that happens on this planet, even including those animal deaths that are not directly caused by humans. So this is basically the Nutrivore argument, and this is ridiculous, obviously. This is absolute nonsense. They're just trying to inflate the numbers, basically. It's very simple. There is multiple quadrillions on the crop agriculture side, and there is a couple of trillions maybe on the animal agriculture side. And that's that. It's that simple. And since vegan diets are more pesticide intensive, it's reasonable to assume that the average vegan kills more than the average meat eater. It's that simple. Bringing in wild animal predation is just a desperate attempt to artificially inflate the numbers. For the crop devs point, you should just ask them to prove veganism causes deaths and suffering. Then bring up studies, articles, statistics when they bring their evidence. Yeah, I actually did that, or we did that constantly. I mean, yeah, but the thing is, when you confront vegans with evidence, then they will deflect into ethics. You know, like this vegan AP did. He didn't address any of the empirical evidence. He was just like, oh, so you support human farming? Or he was like, oh, you think that an insect is more valuable than a cow? You know, that sort of bullshit. This is why they want to talk about ethics so much, because when it comes to abstract philosophy, they just want they can just be vague and abstract and nebulous however they want. They don't want to deal with physical reality because they know that in physical reality their ideas are full of shit. You know, on paper everything can look good, but put it into practice, you know. But even on a philosophical basis, I'm not a philosopher or anything like that, but even I can see through that easily, because a lot of this boils down to begging the question what they're doing. The nutrivore argument was that there isn't any animal suffering. If there's no animals to suffer, yeah, I mean, the nutrivore said that we should peacefully encroach on animal habitat and displace them, quote unquote, peacefully into extinction or something, or have them in sanctuaries or something. Which, first of all, how would that even like happen peacefully? How is that even possible? And how would you know that this is really in the interests of the animals? And what would you actually feed them in those sanctuaries? And how would that work on scale? And how would that work on insects? And how would that work on marine animals? And how would that, like, there's so many questions. I just wonder if these vegans have worked all of that out to the degree, to the minute detail, or are they just, imagining some utopia, some Disneyland? Like, I mean, the thing is, again, this is why they want to stay in this abstract philosophical ethics based hypothetical scenario world. This is what they want to do all day. Intellectual masturbation. This is all that it is. It's intellectual masturbation, pseudo intellectual masturbation. They don't want to look at what actually happens in reality, what actually would happen in reality. No, we want to endlessly talk about, what if we can arrest bears and throw them in prison because they violate the rights of the fish or whatever nonsense, or some bullshit like that. Like what would actually happen is when you disrupt predator-prey cycles is that you get an overpopulation of the herbivores, which deplete the resources, the local resources, which drives those herbivores into extinction, which is not in the interest of those herbivores. So you're actually doing a disservice to those herbivores. And also what I don't really understand is why would we only care about suffering? I mean, we can agree that animals suffer in the wild, but why should we only care about their suffering? Why is this the only thing that matters? Why isn't it happiness also important? Why is the suffering of these animals only the important factor here? I think that happiness should also matter, maybe. I have not heard any argument from vegans why only suffering should matter. Because a lot of vegans try to make arguments like, oh yeah, these animals, they're better off extinct because they don't suffer then anymore. But why is suffering the only thing that matters? Why is the happiness irrelevant? And how would you also quantify suffering and happiness? I mean, if you drive an animal species into extinction because you think that they're suffering in the wild, then maybe it's the case that you're actually doing more harm than good, because those animals, they could be more happy than they are suffering. Maybe, I mean, let's put this into numbers. Maybe they're 1% of their lifetime suffering and 99% they are happy. So, but you go in, oh yeah, only this 1% matters. So because of that 1%, this animal is better off dead. Meanwhile, you're extinguishing all this happiness that this animal could have felt if it wasn't driven towards extinction. So this is kind of weird to me. Why should we only care about the suffering? Vegans would respond with happy slaves. I mean, the thing is, I talked about wild animals. But the thing is, the slavery comparison that vegans do, they compare human slavery to animal agriculture and claim that these animals are enslaved. But this is again begging the question, is it really? What's the evidence for that? Is it also the same as human slavery? Is it comparable? Who knows? YouTube keeps deleting my comment. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm is censoring comments. Yeah. I mean, from a deeper perspective, the core of the vegan philosophy is really life is suffering, and therefore no life, or without life it would be better because there's no suffering or something. I think this is kind of the core of the vegan philosophy, if you want to call it that, or the vegan cult. But again, this is arbitrary because you just decided that suffering has more moral weight than happiness. This is just your arbitrary subjective evaluation and nothing more. I mean, this is just like, this is why veganism is connected to antinatalism, because antinatalism, they're just saying if you're born, that is immoral, or like it is immoral to give birth because this child is going to suffer or something. I mean, yeah, this child is going to suffer, but it's also going to experience happiness. So you're just coming in there and arbitrarily deciding that the suffering is worth more than the happiness. This is just your opinion. This is not fact. Whether happiness or suffering is more important is up for debate. It's not fact. It's not set in stone. Man, I really wish that Jeffrey Phillips came on stream, but I don't know why he doesn't. Is he afraid? Is he terrified? Who knows? If one defines suffering as the lack of happiness, that vegans can't say animals suffer since they don't understand the happiness of animals. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily define suffering as the lack of happiness, because you could just be without happiness, but you could still be content, right? You could be bored, for example. I mean, okay, it's debatable whether or not being bored is suffering, but you could be in a more neutral state, where you're not happy, but you're not necessarily suffering either. So suffering is more like, it's more than a lack of something. It's actually some kind of harm. It's some kind of thing that is happening to you or is done to you. It's not some. It's. I mean, for example, if you lack food, that means you're starving. But it is not just the lack of food, but it is also the induced pain from the starvation that is causing you the suffering and the physiological damage that you receive, basically. I mean, vegans really don't care about the first do no harm principle. To me, this is a very important principle. I mean, if you're unclear about whether or not some action has more harm than not, if this is not clear, then to err on the side of caution, you should be careful and maybe not engage in something that could be potentially harmful. Like you wouldn't take risks, right? This is basically what it boils down to. Animals don't function on that level. Happiness, freedom, or lack thereof are human emotions projected onto animals. I mean, yeah, that might be true. But we're just sort of granting those terms in the context of this vegan topic, I guess. We're just, for the sake of argument, we're just granting that. And I mean, happiness, happiness is just a term for like positive feelings, but there is some indication that animals can be happy, quote unquote happy. And they also can be can suffer. So those might be human terms, but they point to something similar. Physical pain stems from the body lacking something. Yes, but yeah, okay. I mean, it's debatable whether or not suffering is just the lack of something. I mean, if someone attacks someone or punches someone, then the one that is being punched is not necessarily lacking something, but something is added, an experience is added to that person's experience that they would rather avoid, right? So in that situation, they're not lacking something. But yeah, this is a sort of philosophical question that whatever. Do you believe vegans exist? I mean, this depends how you define vegans. I mean, they're ideological vegans. They do exist, yeah. If you mean by vegans humans that are for their whole lifespan living only on plants and nothing else, I don't think those individuals exist. There's no example of such an individual that lived only on plants and nothing else throughout their whole lifespan. And if you mean vegans like in the animal kingdom, I'm not sure. I've seen video footage of herbivore animals eating other animals. So I'm not sure if there's like a purely herbivore species that eats nothing else but plants or something. I'm not sure. I think Garland forgot about the stream and hit the hay. Hopefully not. I mean, I would be going soon. It's getting late. It's getting very late. Animal function mostly on instinct, coupled with comfort-seeking behavior. A dog responds in a quote-unquote loving manner. A human emotion, by the way, to its owner because the owner provides comfort and food. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, whether or not animals can feel happiness or whatever that means is debatable. And what kind of emotions do they feel and how they perceive the world? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But my argument is basically like, if you don't know that, then to err on the side of caution, you should be not unnecessarily harming these animals. If you care about like the ethics and stuff like that. But vegans are very quick to just label animals as non-sentient and then say, we can do whatever we want. Even though they don't know whether or not insects are sentient or bivalves. They don't know that. They claim to know that, but they don't know. And I know that they don't know because there is actually evidence pointing at bivalves and insects being sentient. There is evidence of that. So if they claim they're not sentient and we know that, then no, absolutely not. You can say it's debatable. This is more true, right? This might be the case that it is debatable. But if it's debatable, then you cannot really go ahead and just do whatever you want if you care about ethics, because the least harm principle applies. But yeah, I mean, I hope this was a very good live stream. Yeah, I think it was a very good live stream, and I hope it was informative and entertaining. Maybe next time we react to some videos, and hopefully some vegan shows up that is honest, also, or willing to listen. Or Jeffrey Phillips maybe comes on and defends his claims that he made. But maybe not. Maybe he just runs away. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, we have gone through all the major vegan arguments this stream, actually. I mean, we talked about pretty much all the environmental stuff, or most of it, proven that pretty much wrong, what the vegans are saying, or challenging that at least. And we talked about the antibiotic resistance. We talked about the deforestation and the pesticide footprints and the carbon sequestration. We talked about many things. So I think this was a successful, productive stream, definitely. And yeah, the criticism towards the carnivore community, I think it is valid, because there's a lot of stuff that carnivores, for some reason, avoid talking about. And I think that leaves us vulnerable to the veganism. Because if we're not taking veganism seriously, if we're not taking the threat of veganism seriously, and if we're just laughing it off, and if we're not pointing out how destructive and immoral and unsustainable veganism is, and if you're not countering the countless lies that vegans tell about animal agriculture, if you're not doing any of that, then we are open to be attacked by the vegans increasingly, and with more force behind those attacks, because the governments and the corporations are working towards that future of less animal products and eventually no animal products and no animal agriculture. So if the carnivores are occupying a large space in this community, in this debate, right? And they're not really addressing the problem of veganism and the crop deaths, etc., then this leaves us vulnerable. I mean, we have to educate the masses on these issues. I mean, the meat tax, this is not something to be laughed at. This is going to be horrible, you know? I mean, Garland is correct. Like, why is it that only small channels such as Garland and myself are talking about the crop deaths issue in any detail? There are carnivore influencers with 300,000 subscribers or more that could be making many videos about this in detail. And that would reach many people. If the social credit score of veganism and feminism happens, can we overcome that? I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, people can overcome many situations if they put their mind to it. But I don't know, if it's hard to tell. I mean, the thing is that veganism is a step away from local food production. It is a step away from independent food self-sufficiency. And it is a step towards depending on large corporations, pretty much. So what we need to do is cultivate the ability for local independent food production and networking on a grassroots level and connecting with people. That would be a step forward, I would say. I mean, if we are going to be isolated from each other, that is going to be detrimental. Would it cause our extinction? That plus the deselection of man. I mean, if veganism happens on this planet, I mean, it's difficult to say what would happen because we don't live on a vegan planet yet. Hopefully never, but it's sort of it's speculation about the future. But given the data that we have and the facts on the ground, yeah, I would say that a vegan world would be a short-lived experiment. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, it probably would cause our extinction. Yeah, I mean, if the experiment was not stopped after maybe, I don't know, 3 years or so, it would lead to major famines. Definitely, I'm pretty sure of it. The topsoil issue, which we need for food production, the topsoil is being eroded. That is not solved in a vegan world. That is actually enhanced in a vegan world. That is worsened in a vegan world. That alone is pretty detrimental to our survival. Oh, Garland, you're back.
Hey. Oh, how are you? How'd it go?
Yeah, I talked for, I think, 1 hour or so. I don't know.
Wow, good job. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Are you ready to wrap it up?
Yeah, I'm pretty much ready to wrap the live stream up.
I know that there's a bunch of stuff that you didn't get to cover because
think
you probably covered it, but I wasn't able to put up the visual aids that you do better with. So I hope that you'll make note of the ones that you'd like to go over in depth, and this next live stream will cover that.
Yeah, I mean, think I covered 95% of everything I wanted to cover this live stream. We pretty much talked about the majority of what I wanted to talk about in this live stream.
Okay.
The only thing that was sort of missing here was either a
vegan,
a vegan, or a reaction to a vegan video, which we can do next live stream. Yeah, so I mean, this was a very productive live stream, I would say, overall.
Yeah, I agree.
mean, at least we didn't talk about 3 hours about dog fighting.
Oh yeah, very true.
Yeah, I mean, I also explained how we were strawmans in that debate or discussion. I explained that to people.
The strawman? Oh, you mean the vegan strawman?
Yeah. Like, basically he said that that the crop devs argument is about defending eating meat or justifying eating meat. But this was not our argument, actually.
No. Yeah, they always change it. They won't allow us to carry our real reasoning because they can't win if they're honest.
Yeah. And it's also that vegans constantly want to stay in this hypothetical, ethical, subjective philosophy realm where everything is abstract.
Yeah.
But actually confronting physical reality, this is what they run away from. Actual hard data, actual empirical reality is what they're allergic to.
Yeah. Very narcissistic cult.
Yeah. If I had like one last thing to say to people who watch this live stream, look into the Great Leap Forward in Mao's China. Look into the 4 Pest campaign.
Yeah, I want to cover that in more depth. That looks really like a vegan experiment.
Yeah, this is what a vegan world would actually look like. Like vegans painted like, oh yeah, this is gonna be like a utopia. No, in reality, it would be the Great Leap Forward. It would be the starvation of millions of people due to ecological imbalance caused by massive extinction of insects and birds and all kinds of animals. This would be the actual result.
It would be a great reset, wouldn't it?
I mean, we have this historical evidence or this historical data, and this is actually not hypothetical. This actually happened, and vegans are not engaging with that. But we have to engage with all this hypothetical bullshit that vegans come up with.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But yeah, I think we covered good ground today. So I want to thank all people who watched and who are sticking around till the very end.
Yeah, thank you all for listening. It's an important subject, and I'm glad that that we've kind of joined forces on this, and I've got someone who's really on board with this this issue to help expose it. Appreciate all the hard work that you've put in, and you've really bolstered the case regarding the crop deaths and veganism. So
yeah, I hope that there are more people like us coming up that are bolstering this case. I think the crop deaths argument needs to be strengthened further. There are not many people covering this, and I mean, Chief Jolly Roger is one of those anti-vegans that covered it, and I hope he can come on stream at some point. I think this would be interesting.
that would be a good one. That would be good.
Yeah. So we need more people like that. We need more people who really tackle this issue in more detail. Because the vegans are they're being forceful. Again, the meat tax that Denmark wants to implement, that is not a joke. This is very scary.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
And it's the kind of thing that I've been telling people was coming.
Yeah.
It's not just the vegan down the street who's crazy and not worth listening to. It's these large global powers that are pushing it.
Yeah. This is also what I find weird about a lot of vegans. They never really care about the conflict of interest issues, and they never look into who's actually pushing veganism. They just don't care about it. They don't. They think that it's irrelevant or something, or that only the meat industry has any power or something.
Yeah.
I don't see any of these. Like, for example, when Nick the Anti-Carnist came on first, like when we had him first on, right? And you started talking about the World Economic Forum and groups that want to push veganism. He was immediately disinterested. He was not interested at all. He wanted to stay in this debate ethic.
He wanted to talk about dogfighting.
Yeah, he wanted to stay in this abstract debate ethics realm. But when it comes to actually looking at, okay, what are the economic interests behind veganism? Who's actually pushing that? For what purpose? What is actually the deeper dynamic here at play? None of these vegans care about that.
No, they don't.
I mean, if the World Economic Forum was, let's say it was the other way around, if the World Economic Forum was pro meat and had some kind of pro meat.
Are they going to start taxing fruits and vegetables?
Yeah. Imagine that. These vegans would be screaming about the World Economic Forum. They would be going crazy. They would be pointing at this nonstop.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, let's wrap this up for today. I think that people have enough input for now.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks again. Thank you, everyone, for watching and listening. And I'll see you next week.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.